Ready?
We're ready.
The Royal Commission is now in session.
Mr. Gray.
Thank you, Commissioner. I wish to now call three witnesses who constitute our final expert panel for this hearing on home care services. I call Associate Professor Lee Fei Low, Dr. Carmel Larragee, and Ms. Susan Emerson.
Professor Lowe, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say, I do.
I do.
Dr. Larragee, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say, I do.
I do.
Ms. Emerson, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say, I do.
I do.
Professor Lowe, what's your full name?
Therese Lee Fei Low.
Thank you. And Professor, please tell the Commissioners your current title and role and your institution, and then I'll ask you some questions about your expertise.
I'm Associate Professor in Ageing and Health at the University of Sydney.
Thank you. What is your research experience and your qualifications relevant to the provision of services to older people? And what's the perspective you bring to services for older people and home care in particular?
I've been working as a dementia and aged care researcher for the last 20 years, specialising in
Can you help me with this?
older people in aged care. We've done several studies in home care, including trying to improve well-being. And I also worked as a home care worker in my gap year. So I have hands-on experience in the home care sector. I guess my perspective here is to speak for the older person's experience in the system. And I know that you have other experts speaking from their personal perspectives, but we've interviewed many people, including people who wouldn't be able to front a commission like this, so people who don't speak English as their main language, people who live alone with dementia, and I also hope to bring their perspectives to today's discussion.
Thank you very much. In terms of a body of knowledge and an academic discipline, how would you describe your the emphasis in your research? Does it involve psychology?
Yeah, so I'm a registered psychologist and I have a training in epidemiology, but these days my focus is really on interventions that improve quality of life for older people. Often these are complex interventions, so it's not just training staff, but trying to get culture change, for example. It's supporting people to play their role in self-advocating for their care. So trying to think of the challenge of improving services from multiple perspectives.
Thank you. Dr. Larragee, could I ask you the same questions? What's your current title and your institution and the perspective you bring to bear?
I'm a Senior Research Fellow at the University of Melbourne. My background professionally was as a social worker. I have a degree in psychology and social work. I worked as practitioner in very restrictive fields like probation and parole and child protection. Later on, I was teaching social work and doing further studies. And I bring a perspective, I call it a systems perspective. I draw on systems perspective of trying to make the whole system work together. So from the macro system of service design, organisational function, culture, through to individual preferences. So I try to take a very broad view. My experience is that about 20 years ago, I was involved with evaluating some of Victoria's first individual funding programs, where I met people who had more control over the funding. And I found it a very exciting prospect and where I thought services would be going. I expanded to aged care about 10 years ago. I evaluated Uniting Care's transition to consumer-directed care, one of their organisations, and looked at culture change and how that impacted. And more recently, 2018-19, I evaluated COTA, Council of the Ageing Australia's consumer-directed care self-management project. So I've interviewed lots of people around their interest, and I've visited overseas the programs that are trying to be based on human rights, choice and control, self-determination. And my fundamental position is that we design systems around the person and their needs. We don't try and fit people into systems as much as possible. I know it's very complex, but that's sort of the starting point. And today I'd like to refer to the 3 videos that we've watched for the Royal Commission over the last couple of days, because they encapsulate a whole lot of the points that my studies have highlighted.
Thank you. And I'll just mention that in the general tender bundle, COTA's report of the trial just mentioned by you, Dr. Larrigi, is at tab 46. Your literature review for that trial is at tab 30. And an associated journal article is at tab 29. Miss Emerson, I understand you're the General Manager of Leaf Independent Living Solutions Proprietary Limited. Can I also ask you about the offices you hold and the participation you bring to the Australian College of Nursing, the National Aged Care Alliance, and the Aged Care Financial Authority? And could you please tell the Commissioners your background, your expertise, and a bit about the perspective you bring?
Thank you, Mr. Gray. Yes, so I'm General Manager of Leaf Independent Living Solutions in South Australia, also with oversight of Western Australia. I have been working specifically in the aged care sector for more than 30 years in aged and community care. Because of that and my interest in policy, I saw the implementation of the Aged Care Act in 1997. I've experienced many funding tools. I've been given many opportunities by the college and in other ways to participate more broadly in national policy development. I'm having a second term representing the Australian College at the National Aged Care Alliance. I was there first as President of Geri Action, which is an aged care organisation designed to support care workers and nurses in ageing. I'm also a member of the Aged Care Financing Authority. I'm a clinical reference lead for the Australian Digital Health Agency with an interest in the benefits of My Health Record to progressing health. I'm a member of the AAG and I'm here today representing the college as one of their members, with their many members. I am a registered nurse. I also have a Master's in Health Service Management. I a graduate diploma in nursing aged care, which is one of the first offered, and love what I do. Is that enough, Mr. Gray?
Thank you. Are you able to say anything about any particular perspective you bring?
Thank you. So today, on behalf of the college, I'll be talking to the fact that we agree with documents that have been proposed, and that we wish to. I'm here today really to highlight the importance of the nursing role, and working with an interprofessional team. Over the 30 years that I've worked in aged care, I have had many opportunities to work across with many disciplines. I'm interested in teaching students and supporting people to understand aging and well in this area, and I'm also very interested in intergenerational collaboration and in the whole of life experience of aging, as are most, as I would say. So I look forward to the panel today, particularly talking about the essential role of the nurse in support in aged and community care, and want to highlight the investment role of the nurse in. It is evident that nursing has somewhat from the space of community care, and we feel great value can be added by greater presence of nursing and support for an extended workforce.
Thank you, Miss Emerson. Just towards the end of what you were saying there, we here in Sydney had a little difficulty picking up some of the audio. I wonder if you could see if you can, I don't know, be closer to the microphone, and we'll see if that has an effect, but thank you.
Thank you.
Now, the documents you mentioned with which you expressed general agreement, I'll just mention them. They are a set of draft propositions provided to witnesses in advance of this hearing. They're at tab 1 of the tender bundle, and an outline of proposed new service arrangements for home care and community care services. And they are at tab 59 of the general tender bundle. And all the members of the panel have been furnished with those documents in advance of the hearing. Professor Lowe, you provided a written response to the propositions. Thank you very much. At tab 44. What's the single most important reform issue in home and community aged care from your perspective? And what would you ask the Royal Commission, our commissioners, to recommend about that?
I'd like our commissioners to recommend that we stop thinking about providing home care and we start to think about providing home support with the focus on supporting and enabling people to live well and optimize their quality of life. So we shift our I guess, how we used to think about things. Some people still think about things from doing things for older people, and start to really think about how we support them, enable them, rehabilitate, give assistive technology so that they stay autonomous, as independent as possible, with support from services. So a culture shift.
Thank you. And in the course of the panel discussion, I'll be going through a number of the propositions which I've raised for your attention in advance of this session. And I'll be asking you in particular to bring that perspective to bear in testing these propositions. Thank you very much, Professor. Dr. Larrigi, you have, in addition to those written materials I mentioned that are already in the tender bundle, you've provided a submission to the Royal Commission at tab 28 and a specific response to the propositions at tab 40. The same question, Dr. Larrigi, what's the single most important reform issue in home and community aged care? And what would you ask our commissioners to do by way of recommendation about that?
Well, I'd like to start by acknowledging Associate Professor Lowe's comments. That's certainly my starting point, that you're not giving care to people. My argument would be you support them for them to have a life. That's what we're trying to do in aged care. So I'd like the Royal Commission to direct us to a service system that has maximum flexibility and choice and control. And certainly professionals, as we all are very important, but we're there to facilitate, we're there to help, and only intervene when it's absolutely essential. When we have to have a justification for intervening, not be that our starting point, which I think has generally been the position in the past. We know, we look after you, we'll make decisions for you. And I think we need a big shift. I think we've got baby boomers coming in. They're not going to accept that sort of proposition. They're not now. And even older people in the videos, they wanted to live a life. And I think we design a service system to facilitate them living the life they want.
Thank you. Miss Emerson, I only asked the Australian College of Nursing very recently to participate in this panel. And a reason that I did so was as follows. The proposals and the new service arrangements envisage a system where there'll be a vast spectrum of need for support, need for care, whichever word we choose to use, ranging from quite simple domestic assistance of the nature of help with tasks that are no longer safe to be performed by somebody who might have encountered a little bit of deterioration in function associated with ageing. Shouldn't be climbing ladders and clearing gutters and so forth. We know that. Right the way through to very complex, potentially very complex care for a range of conditions, health conditions, comorbidities. In light of that broad spectrum of need, what are the, from a nursing perspective, what are the imperatives in designing a system that balances those very weighty considerations in favour of autonomy, which Professor Lowe and Dr. Larragee have just outlined on the one hand, with clinical quality and safety on the other. So that's a perspective I ask you to consider in participating in the panel. In any event, I'll ask you the same question. From the point of view of the college, or of yourself if you choose, what's the single most important reform issue in home and community services, and what should the commissioners do about it?
Thank you, Mr. Gray. It is difficult to choose one. I would have to say the essential role of the nurse and allied health workers. Nurses absolutely support that people own their own lives, and that in designing a system for Australia that supports autonomy, the dignity of risk, enables people to stay at home as long as possible, nurses will play an essential role in assessment, monitoring, and importantly, evaluation. We are brilliantly placed to assist in navigating a complex system, understand it from a health perspective, and we support the principles of enablement and all of the health determinants that will allow people to stay at home. And nurses will be essential in that. They also understand delegation and to the unregulated workers at the moment. So we also support regulation of workers so that we can provide care across the continuum with light touch at the lower level, but with absolutely the right response and nimble response to the complex and high level need. It may be that nursing supports are at the very, very complex end. Nurses are essential and very well placed to assist and support to assist to keep people at home.
So again, we're having a little bit of difficulty with the audio, but I think we did catch most of that. If I might suggest you speak a little slower, a little more slowly, I think the difficulty will resolve itself. It's just an impression I have. But can I ask a follow-up question? You talk about the importance of nurses being involved in essentially the planning and the management of the provision of the supports and care. And that can be via a light touch if the needs are not very complex. And nurses will be more closely involved at the higher end of complexity and may be delivering the care itself. That seemed to be the gist of how you completed your response. Have I got that right?
Yes, I think all across the continuum, nurses will have a role, but we do know that not all needs are clinical, not all needs are health related. And at the lower level, it may be that the person who's assisting with the hedge cutting or with putting the rubbish bins out is the person who is going to support that person to stay at home. What I think has happened in the system is that people have not had support from nurses and health perhaps that they might need moving forward if we are really to honour this intention to support people to stay at home longer, to reduce the need to go into hospital, to reduce the need to enter residential aged care. So there's a continuum that I see, and if we can have a place and a way of calling in expert advice from nurses and other allied health professionals all the way along there that's quick to respond, we will be able to prevent complexities and complications and support people to live their lives well. And I know that yesterday there was a presentation, or the day before, from a model in the Netherlands. I had the fortune to visit there, and I'm pleased the Commission have heard a very good example of nurse-led teams and of reform in the way that aged care is provided in the Netherlands, which resulted in extraordinary movement out of residential care and support for people to stay at home longer. And that is what nurses would like to see, in partnership with our other health colleagues with dental practice, with all of the very important social aspects, because, you know, social health, it all comes together and each is important.
Thank you. And the audio was better when you were speaking more slowly, if I may say so, and it just towards the end began to break up a little again.
Thank you.
Now, during the course of the next little while, we've got about an hour, I will be asking you, Ms. Emerson, to consider whether a balance can be struck between those important concepts of autonomy, and in particular whether individualised package funding as a manifestation of injecting autonomy into the system can be balanced with the need for the sort of input and nurse direction or nurse involvement that you mentioned. So we'll come back to that in more detail when we consider care coordination. Now, the first set of questions I'd like to pose are, what should be the guiding principles? They obviously include respect for preferences and autonomy, because the panellists have already mentioned that and placed a great deal of emphasis on it. In addition to respect and autonomy, what should be the guiding principles that should motivate the Royal Commissioners in making their recommendations about potential reform of the home and community services? Should they, for example, include, in addition to respecting preferences and choices, have the aim of maintaining quality of life as long as possible? Perhaps those two things are aligned, and sustaining people to stay at home for as long as it's safe to do so in the long term, and hopefully for all their days, if that's their choice. Professor Lowe, do you want to start the ball rolling? You've already said some things by way of some suggestions in your response, and we'll just put that up on the screen. Tab 44, page 1, you've given some suggested purposes, outcomes and principles in the first two paragraphs. Professor Lowe, over to you.
Yeah, so I think it's important, as we step back and think about the system, that we're really clear and have agreement about what the purpose and that is the desired outcomes are of our home support system. So I believe that the purpose of home support is to provide services that enable all older Australians to live at home while optimising their quality of life. And we could certainly add the caveat, as long as it's safe to do so. I think quality of life includes psychological well-being and community participation, so not just daily function and physical health. And some of the principles that I put there that are that home support should be person-centred. It should be self-directed, and I'm sure we'll talk about this later. There's a continuum of how much self-direction people might want to do, but we should be supporting people to have a say in their care, enabling rehabilitative. It should be accessible, so it should be easy to figure out how to get services. It should be equitable, so we might be actually supporting people who have less social determinants of health, I guess, more. So, for example, we might be funding interpreter services or more services for people who don't have a family advocate, and also that they should be efficient. So, but we're providing services that we might have a bit of evidence about in terms of improving outcomes, improving quality of life.
Thank you. So should we add, as long as it's safe to do so, in a way that's a description of a balance of preference with safety and high quality?
Yeah, and I don't think that autonomy is necessarily the opposite of safety. Actually, lots of people do want safety. They sometimes just want psychological safety. And, that's why people don't want to go into residential aged care. They want the safety of home. And so if we can give them that psychological safety in residential aged care, it's much more palatable. And there's other ways, I guess, of assuming different types of safety, I suppose, that we need to balance those types of safety as well. But I would be very comfortable with adding as long as safe to do so.
As long as safety encompasses psychological safety, that's an important insight. Thank you, Professor. You do mention later in your response document that the current system, in your view, is oriented towards a biomedical perspective, and it should have more of a psychosocial perspective. Is that what you mean?
Yes.
Is that exactly what you've just been speaking about?
I don't. Maybe I wasn't very clear, but yes, that we should be thinking holistically about people, and safety isn't just physical safety. It's not just preventing falls. It's that the person's lonely, and actually it might be safer and if they have companionship, and it might be better for them in residential aged care, but only if they feel that it's a safe place for them to live.
Yes, and you mentioned efficiency, and I'd just like to explore what you have in mind when you say that. There's also an important issue, isn't there, about the use of public funds, that there should always be a measure of accountability. It's difficult to know exactly.
Data, so we don't have things people.
I think we might have a difficulty with the connection, Professor Lowe. So I'll go to Dr. Larry.
So you cut out, Mr. Gray. But in terms of efficiency, programs for which there is some evidence, and we generate evidence for other programs, so that there is a feedback loop in terms of for example, allied health initiatives or social support initiatives that we're funding, so that we don't just spend money and not evaluate whether those things are helping people improving their quality of life.
And I was going to suggest that accountability for the use of public funds is an important element in all this. See, you're nodding.
Yes.
Now,
yes.
Evaluating the services that are provided and ensuring that the money is spent to good effect is a form of public accountability. Would you agree with that? Yeah.
Yes, I would agree with that. And I think that in terms of efficiency, it's also avoiding duplication. For example, duplication of, assessments, which is kind of tiring for the person, but also it doesn't make sense for the ACAT to do an assessment, and then maybe for the care finder to do an assessment, and then for the service provider to do an assessment, and then the same assessment to happen in hospital because the person's had a fall and been discharged. That we share information better and hand over better, so that the system is more efficient.
And that leads me to propose another principle, which is the burden on the user, or the not so much the accountability of the use of public funds and its efficiency from the system's point of view, but the ease of use from the user's point of view as well. And I think that's what you've just been speaking about, Professor Lowe. So yes. I'll turn the discussion over to Dr. Larrigi. Do you wish to add to or subtract from those principles?
Certainly totally support everything Professor Lowe said. That's almost a starting point for me. And I would draw attention to the aged care quality standards that talk about promoting choice and control and enjoyment of life. And it's good use of public funds to help people get a good life. I get frightened when people talk about accountability for public funds. It tends to be in a very restrictive sort of way. And I'll give you one example of that. In the recent COTA self-management trial, one of the service providers, when they found that one of the people had used their card and their funding to buy a bag of soil for their garden to do some gardening, which most people would say, yes, that's a legitimate use of public funds to let somebody use their allocated money in that way. The service provider said no. We might get audited and they might find that that's not an acceptable use of public funds. And I think it's too narrow. It's too restrictive. I think we need to take a broad view. We need to live up to the principles we've got there and design a system around it. And I've heard of the videos that we've watched over the last couple of days. Eileen Kramer, now I don't know any people personally, but the issues and the features of them so reflect so much of the stories that people told me that Eileen was over 100, I think, and at the point she was living in a shared accommodation before she moved into residential care. She's 105 now. I mean, wonderful story. And that's what we want funding to do to support people. Well, she used her funding and she used one of the online platforms and selected staff, and I understand she had staff to help her cook. And she recruited a staff member who was interested in dance, who helped her plan her dance programs. I think that's just a superb example of the good use of public funds. But some accounting methods could say that's not what public funds are for. It's for personal care and you can go out in a community bus.
Thanks, Dr. Larrigi. But before I go to Miss Emerson, I'd like to give you an opportunity to expand on some things you've written in your response to proposition HC3. We'll just ask the operator to put HC3 up. And this is a proposition for changes to consumer-directed care, and it's a proposal to shift from self-management to shared management, where the focus will be around delivering care to meet assessed needs, and it's also it also involves a proposition that people will no longer be able to use funding on non-aged care related needs or items. I'd be interested in getting your reaction to both of those things in testimony. And could I ask you to propose what you might think would be an appropriate set of criteria for deciding when expenditure is appropriate? Because this description is a little open-ended. It begs the question of what is an aged care related need?
Yes, I think I answered in my responses what is an aged care related need. I would define it very broadly because the standards defined it very broadly to promote independence and to promote enjoyment of life. And I think when we assess that, we have to take a very broad psychosocial model of health framework, which does include people's well-being and how they choose to live their life. It's hard to put exact boundaries on it, but I would push it very broadly. And those examples that we saw in the videos are of people using public funds, and some of it may not have been public, but Eileen's was public, I gather, to create a life around her. So the object isn't just a particular item. Does it facilitate that person living a good life and maintaining their life and choosing how they live?
Thank you.
In terms of the shared management, it's a restrictive practice. I would question what's the justification for restricting people? A lot of people, not everyone, but there are many people who want to self-manage their funds with accountability, with oversight as to see how the funds are going. They find it more efficient, more effective, they get more of what they want. My question would be, why wouldn't we let them do it? We've got to have a justification. I mean, there's human rights. People have a right to choose and live the way they like. If we're going to impose restrictions, I think its onus is on us to justify why we impose those restrictions. not justify why don't we give people a choice. If they want a choice and it's working, we've got demonstrations that it's working, we've got providers who are doing it well and with safeguards, why would we stop doing that?
Ms. Emerson, can I bring you in on the question of the principles, whether you would like to comment on the principles that have been identified so far, add to them or subtract from them? And then specifically, can I ask you about this difficult question of the management of care? And I think we intend that this concept of self-management includes everything from discussion of the appropriateness of the care plan, taking into account the preferences of the person about how they wish to live their lives, the itemisation of the budget under the user rights principles, section 21A, and any degree of partnership about the coordination of the care that's going to be needed to meet the care plan. That's what's encompassed. Now, should there be an imperative that be shared? I'd ask you to address that in the course of considering the principles.
Thank you. I do think that the new arrangements, if that they come to pass, will be very timely. I think that I agree that it's very important that people should have choice, that we shouldn't over-engineer our response, particularly at the low end of the requirement, that people maintain their autonomy, their right to take, and that what nurses would bring is working in partnership with the older person themselves to understand what's important to them and to make decisions about how their care is provided. What we would need to be careful of is not being too intrusive and not providing, not sort of going into sort of comprehensive assessment process for somebody who needs that low-level service. We would want the system to be flexible, to be able to allow for that autonomy, the low-level light touch, as I said earlier, where partnership will enhance the outcome for the older person by the assessment process, by listening to them, and by bringing in the right responses.
Ms. Emerson, we are getting that audio problem again. If you're able to just speak a little more slowly, please. Thank you.
The quality of the care partnership, what partnership might benefit is that we will have a good assessment. We will listen to the person whose care needs we have been welcomed in to their home and invited to exist with. And from there, we may refer to low-level services. We may need to bring in restorative care. We may need to support people to access services that help them remain fit and well, and picking up on the enablement. Or it may be at that very complex healthcare end. And whilst investment in these services in this assessment may seem expensive, what it will do is avoid much more expensive alternatives, which may mean hospital admission for very complex healthcare if chronic disease isn't managed or people aren't supported to maintain their well-being. We need the right services at the right time, and we need to acknowledge that people have a right to take risk, that there is that tension in healthcare for nursing between duty of care and sometimes duty to rescue. And that's where, picking up on Li Fei's comments earlier around psychological safety, there are many more elements to health than the physical. So I think too about the vulnerable communities, and I know this was talked to yesterday. We know that one of the largest vulnerable communities is single women living at home on their own. So we need a system that can come in quickly and support people who are more at risk because of their disability or their gender or their individual circumstances, for example, in unstable housing. So it all comes down to the assessment, And the partnership may be with providers, for example, who don't have any clinical services, knowing how to find them. Older people often look locally and might not have the technology or support to find what they need. So I think we need a system that helps those people too.
Well, at the level of principle, I don't think I'm hearing any direct inconsistency between what any of the panelists have said. But when it comes to how to operationalise, how to implement those principles in a system that will actually work and that the commissioners can give enough guidance about to ensure that it's implemented, that's where it gets difficult. Now, could I ask,
Yes.
I'll start with you, Ms. Emerson, and I'll go back to Dr. Larrigi. I can see Dr. Larrigi wishes to contribute further. Could I ask, what about circumstances in which the person might, in exercising autonomy, in fact, not understand that they have needs, there might be unrecognised needs, and they might make poor choices about expenditure of a package that's been assigned to them. For example, if they have a dependency on particular substances, I think we'd all agree, wouldn't we, that a package should not be able to be used to buy addictive substances, for example. And in between that very obvious example and the more paternalistic model where we have close care planning and management and direction of care, how are we to strike the right balance? What are the mechanisms by which we can sheet home very clear responsibilities on an appropriately qualified person to assist the package holder with the right flexibility about how light or heavy the assistance needs to be? Ms. Emerson and then Dr. Larrigi.
I first think that it's very difficult to legislate against bad decision making. So I acknowledge that we're all different. And however, I would see that in a system that is going to support people to age at home more than we have in the past, we would be looking to a governance framework which incorporates risk management and assessment processes. And without wanting to sound sort of too structural and formal around that, you would, if you have a very good system that mentioning again evaluation and assessment within a rigorous framework, we should be able to design systems that allow people to make decisions and to see the nuance, to see the tipping points, and to allow them to take risks, and but also to be ready with information that's empowering and information about choices and methods of stepping in at the right time. Should I continue? Is that adequate?
No, well, one further question. You say it begins with assessment. Are you saying that the assessment, that is the independent assessment conducted to determine, in effect, what needs must be met and how much money should be available for them, that should also stipulate what degree of management is going to be required for the person and how much, at what point on the spectrum they should be positioned in terms of self-management on the one hand or quite intensive care management on the other? Okay.
I think that, yes, I think that care, and the language needs to be clear too around care management, case management. You know, these terms are used interchangeably, so we would need to be very careful to, when I hear care management or case management, I think of it from a nursing perspective, and of course there are other interpretations of that. I do think that, well, we know that currently when we look across from the Stuart Brown data, that we look across all the money being spent on care packages or community client packages, only 2% is actually nursing. So the benefit of increasing the nursing involvement and other health professionals and in that process is yet to be seen. You know, we have really eroded that presence in the system, and I think we look to our international counterparts to see the benefit of reintroducing clinical care and assessment right along the continuum. I also think that if we invested in specialisation and looked again at what we have done in the past around investing in the role of nurse practitioners, for example, or even new roles that we haven't thought of yet. And we were reflecting in discussion in preparation today on the wonderful growth of the exercise physiology area as a discipline and the benefit that is bringing to older people in residential aged care. So,
thank you. Thanks, Ms. Emerson. And that data, that Stuart Brown analysis, is at tab 4 of the general tender bundle for the record.
thank you.
Dr. Lahergy,
Yes.
over to you. What are your thoughts with respect to how far should the choice really go? Surely you'd agree that, for example, it wouldn't be appropriate for autonomy to extend to choices to buy addictive substances, and that there may be needs that a person doesn't understand.
Surely I'd agree, yes, that money shouldn't be used for addictive substances. I think it goes back on what Susan was talking about, an assessment, and you were asking about. I do think there needs to be a very thorough assessment by appropriate people, and that can include nurses or medical people, so a very full psychosocial medical assessment to get a clear picture of who this person is and what their needs are at the beginning. And then at that point, if people want to take more control, then the system should give them that option, unless there's reasons to stop it. The default position shouldn't be we have a professional running it for them. Now, many people will want someone to help them implement services, be in touch, and if they want to choose the nurse as a ongoing coordinator, case manager, whatever you want to call it, well, that's great. But a lot of people don't. And a lot of people,
Thank you.
you know.
Thank you. Professor Lowe, any contribution to this point before we move to?
So what our system needs is more support for people to understand what services, supports, options are available to help them make decisions that are meaningful to them. But at the moment, an older person, most of them wouldn't know what an occupational therapist is or how they could help them in their household. So a lot of, to help people make good decisions, you know, how we judge the good decision, they actually need information and support. And one thing that we've always struggled with is helping older people set goals in their care plans or in any kind of therapeutic setting. And it actually takes a skilled person, and it probably would make sense for that to happen at assessment. And then to allow for flexibility of how much self-management the person wants to do. They might start off going, I want someone else to do it for me for the first 6 months. And then after that, they might say, oh, I see now I understand the system better now. I want to do this myself, or my family's going to help me do this. So I think
Professor Lowe,
flexibility.
I want to stay with you. I want to ask you a specific question about the assessment process. I'll ask the operator to put up HC2. Now, proposition HC2 in tab 1. In our propositions, HC2 is an outline of the new arrangements for home care services, as you know, members of the panel. HC1 is a transition plan to get there. Tab 1, please, operator, of the general tender bundle. Thank you. And in the middle of that proposition, members of the panel, do you see a key element here is independent assessment? An independent assessment should lead to the allocation of an entitlement to a person. That person will be able to choose or change providers. And that assessment is an assessment that can lead to one or more or all of a series of services that are categorised above. There's social support. There's what in this draft was called enabling care, but is now called home modifications and assistive technology. And that's made clear at tab 59. There's respite care. All of those three categories of services are proposed to be provided by grant funding on a regional basis. Then there's care at home. And this is proposed to be funded predominantly, subject to where there may not be sufficient depth of market to support this. Subject to that, this is supposed to be funded by an individualised budget that can be spent with a high degree of discretion and preference and autonomy by the package holder. And this includes care management, living supports, which is domestic assistance and home maintenance, personal, clinical and therapeutic care, and end-of-life and palliative care. And it's made clear there the new model should provide personalised funding for that category of services. And what's meant by that is the assessment of need will generate a budget to provide an individualised level of funding to meet the assessed needs. So the assessment's very important, but Professor Lowe, given what you were saying just then, it sounds like you conceive of the assessment as being more effective if there's much more interaction available with people who may be able to offer services in the relevant area or outside the particular assessment team. Could you elaborate on what you have in mind for an effective assessment services that would best arm the individual concerned with the information they need to express their preferences and make good decisions?
Yeah, so this assessment is really a really critical part of the system. In my head, it's a multidisciplinary team that conducts the assessment. It might be someone with low needs might just need, a few hours of assessment, and I could see that other people would need a geriatrician, they might need occupational therapy, a physiotherapist, a social worker, depending on the complexity of their needs. If the team is getting to know that person really well and building trust with that person, then they're also trying to understand what quality of life would be for that person, which is what they need, I guess, to set the budget appropriately. In that sense, then, it would make sense for the assessment team to also help, I guess, facilitate the transition to the home care provider. So be providing information to the care recipient about what their options might be for providers in the area. Explaining, if they have a social worker on the team, the social worker can explain what self-management is, what that might involve, what their choices are, and then do a handover, to the next, to the home care provider, who might be a specialist in dementia or might be a specialist because they speak a certain language, or they might specialize in people living alone, for example, and still have some kind of check-in, because what we don't want is, the assessments haven't kind of, especially at the beginning when the assessors haven't quite got the level right. You also need to know or get feedback about what care plan you've written and how well that's working. So rather than it being here we do the assessment and then it gets, put through some data system and arrive on someone else's desk, that real people talk to each other in handover, involving that person and their family, so that there's some kind of group negotiation of what that person's plan is, especially for more complex cases. I don't think this needs to happen in people with, lower level needs.
Thank you, Professor. It's, if I may say so, a very important point that we need to bear in mind, that we're not dealing with some sort of flow chart where somebody is moving from point A to point B this is a very human process, and it's also a very local process, isn't it? You need to take into account what happens to be available in the particular suburb or town. You're proposing, as I understand it, a process where there's at least flexibility for significant input by providers who might be able to match the needs that the assessment team is identifying in a fairly fluid manner, and the assessment continues while the consultation with the provider is taking place, and the assessment isn't finalised until there's been identification of specific appropriate services. Is that right?
Yeah, so input from the person and their family and the potential provider, so that at the end of the assessment process, that, you know, the plan makes sense to everyone.
Now, can I just open that point up to the other panelists? And just before leaving the detail of HC2, we don't need to put it back up on the screen, but I'll just note, I'm sure the panelists have noticed that it's stipulated that the assessor should specify domains of support and care and set a plan and budget. And one of those domains is care management. That seems to be a good opportunity for the assessor to perform the sort of function that you, Miss Emerson, were referring to earlier, whereby the assessor can actually consider how much care management is needed. Miss Emerson, should the assessor in doing that also give some guidance about what level of self-management or provider management is suitable for the person, given all of their circumstances, including, say, their cognitive ability?
Thank you, Mr. Gray. Yes, the assessment is essential, and of course there'll be the range of services, and perhaps some of the services that you referred to, such as social supports and the enabling technologies, could be block funded and given the control given to the person themselves, and other services that may then have dual discussion or control with the provider as well. So I think there is room there for a mix, and I think that the type of assessment and by whom, there is a question there about, you know, by what mechanism you allocate those different types of funding and by what mechanism you change from one type of need to another. We don't want to be doing intrusive comprehensive assessments for the lawn mowing service. So the system needs to differentiate between those low-level services. They may be low and complex, and perhaps offer different levels of control, or I think it should all be, certainly I do not think we want to lose principles of consumer-directed care, and control by the person should always be part of any system. But we need to examine further what mechanisms will allow the system to differentiate and to have people be as free as possible whilst being supported with the right input, and particularly for vulnerable people, as you hinted at. So I think the new landscape may look very different.
What mechanism can there be, save for guidance to the assessment team and trusting to their good sense? Is there anything else that occurs to you?
We will need an agreed approach, I think. There are examples of and picking up Li-Fei's comment earlier that we don't want to do repeat assessments. I think there would be principles built into the standards and the ways of operating that would guide providers and be transparent to consumers too about how we bring the expertise and offer information that's going to be give people the confidence to know what their choices are and the parameters, and to know what's possible in the future, to have about alternatives to residential care, alternatives to hospital, and a clear understanding of what's available in the primary health care setting to keep them safe and at home, and give them confidence that the system will not abandon them. We know that many, many people are dying at home without packages that they need. So we will need a bridge to build that confidence, to let people know and to support.
Thank you. Dr. Larrigi, what's your reaction to that aspect of HC2 or HC2 more generally?
I can think it's very sensible what Professor Lowe has said about the assessment, the multidisciplinary team, and Sue Emerson giving choice. My perspective would be the categories that you've proposed, the social and the care at home, are too restrictive. In reality, they're going to merge. And I don't see it as just looking at what can the care system provide. That assessment should look at, well, what's the community got? I mean, and disability has an example and examples in this. It's if we're looking at supporting people to be in the community, that assessment should be very broad-based and say, well, what are your needs and how can we help you get in the community? So the notion that might need personal care to get out to a social group or do something particularly of interest to that person, as it's phrased now, I find it too, and I think it should be a broader perspective. But in principle, I totally agree.
Well, might it not work like this? The assessor is, one would hope, going to be able to bring a very local lens to bear on the assessment. The assessor should be on the scene and will on submissions that we've shared with you at tab 59, be assisted by a care finder who will help, to the extent necessary, any individual who wants to access aged care services to approach an assessment, go through an assessment, link to providers, and that care finder will have detailed local knowledge as well. Now, can't the assessment take into account what social connection is available at the local level, and to the extent that transport, meals, the ability to participate in particular subsidised day centre activities, all of these things can be assessed under social support, taking into account what's already available in the community? Wouldn't that work?
No, I don't think so. I'd like to push back a bit on that and
Sure.
say, first, your care finder, it isn't about care. I mean, Professor Lowe's point at the very beginning of this, it's not about care. Let's stop thinking about care. It's about get a life. It's your finder, your planner, if you like, get a life person. I'm not quite sure of the name. Professional planner is the best I could come up with. It's helping that person look around. So you're not looking for just your day centres where people might want to go and get the community bus to. It's what's going to give meaning to their life. So, like Eileen in the Kramer in the video we saw, her life was about dance. So if she comes along, it's what can we do to facilitate her to continue her life with dance? I mean, that was a lovely example as a guiding light for us. And it's a totally different concept to a care finder. It's a different mindset. I think you've got to stop the care finder mindset and look expansively at who is this person? What do they need to live? What do they want to live their life? Of course, if there's problems, that skilled professional assessment team will identify that. We're not being silly here, but it's a different mindset, and professional assessments typically have been more restrictive. What is your functional thing, or even your social connections, what social support we can do. We have to be far more creative. And Eileen was a beautiful example of that we should bear that in mind, is what can we do in this life?
And it's part of your response to this proposition in your document that you say that social support should be funded on a package basis as well. And is that to facilitate this choice, clearly, that you're emphasising now?
Going to a place, it's about what gives meaning to a life. And it's a totally different concept. So, you might have a Muslim older man who says, my life, it's so important to go on Friday to the mosque. Okay, let's see if we can facilitate that. Eileen might be about dance. Let's see if an Aboriginal remote areas.
Can I just say it is proposed that transport will be available under this service category, so the person can take that transport to wherever they wish. But at any rate, I'll move on. No, I think we better keep going, Professor Lowe, or we won't get through the agenda. The challenge of integrating CHSP, Commonwealth Home Support Program, and HCP, the Home Care Package Program. We wish to transition to arrangements. Our proposal is the arrangements described in HC2 that are easy to use, efficient, and can deliver care that meets the principles of autonomy while balanced with safety. We want to remove the fragmentation and duplication that some of you, the panelists, have already mentioned, for example, around the duplication of the assessment process. We're also conscious that at present, Commonwealth Home Support Program provides services that are also service categories funded under Home Care Package. Miss Emerson's already mentioned the fact that the Stewart-Brown report shows that, for example, nursing and allied healthcare is underutilised in the Home Care Package Program, and that's the case even at the highest levels of the Home Care Package Program, where negligible amounts of nursing and home care are being purchased, according to that quite large survey. On the other hand, quite a lot of nursing and allied care is provided by CHSP, which is very suggestive that people are drawing on CHSP for nursing and allied health care, which one might expect are indications of people who have more complex needs, at least for nursing, and that CHSP is being therefore diverted to complex needs and HCP is not performing the role it should. How are we to overcome the challenge of integrating these programs into one set of arrangements that has the necessary flexibility to support all? Are the propositions in HC2 appropriate for that purpose? Are there differences that are needed? Now, Dr. Larrigi, you've already very emphatically disagreed with the structure of HC2, so I'll go to the other panellists. Professor Lowe.
I think that like, you know, there's the people use CHSP because the funding structure is different. And so you get this free allied health service through CHSP, which people are happy to get. Whereas, no, it's not free, just don't see it. Whereas people don't want to spend $100 on occupational therapy if they've been given that choice in a package. So I suspect that the different use of allied health services is just how it's marketed. Isn't even marketed, like it's how it's, you know, given or offered to people as supports. People don't feel they get enough hours on their package already. We have a trial, several trials where we've been rolling out occupational therapy, nursing and home modifications, including through packages. You can sell it to people. The people will choose that, but it is an education process to help the older person understand what it is you're offering, you know, for this, what this service is and how it could help them live at home, help them stay at home longer.
Thank you. Ms. Emerson, what's your reaction to this attempt to describe the architecture of a system that can integrate the two programs?
Thank you. The college agrees with the propositions in HC2. We had some comments around the differentiation of the block funding versus personalised funding. We believe that the nurse involvement in the assessment is essential. And I think that it's going to be a challenge, but perhaps some of the dissatisfaction from consumers to date may be because of this disconnect, the inequity of access to health and allied health services in the different parts of community care. And we think that there'll probably be quite a change in the landscape, and we need to look at how there could be case management services bringing up that we haven't met yet. There is this, I agree, and would like to think further about the question, the mechanism of changing from one type of service to another, and how the system is going to ensure that there is support for the individual social needs, but also ensure that clinical oversight and assessment. And I go back to one of the components of one of the dot points was around assistive technology, and we just did comment that it would be useful to note that assistive technology is a very varied and diverse area, and the benefit of health-related assistive technologies, particularly for people living in rural and remote areas who may not have the same access to the workforce. So just wanted to make a comment around that, things like blood pressure self-monitoring, IT for telehealth, or for social engagement for that matter. Yes.
Can I ask about HC1, Miss Emerson, which is a proposal for interim measures until the sufficient assessment resources and a sufficient workforce are in place for a fully marketised model for delivery of care in the home can be achieved in HC2. HC1, the transition plan, is firstly clear the waiting list on the national prioritisation system, so-called. That is the waiting list for home care package assignment, and keep it clear to within a 1 month wait, that means. And the third bullet point is to allow access for the Commonwealth Home Support Commonwealth Home Support Program for people using a home care package, currently using a home care package to pay for social support services, centre-based respite services, transport services and meals. In other words, to begin the process of shifting those categories of services to a purely grant-funded model. What are your views about those transitional steps? Are they workable?
Yes, the college agrees with those recommendations, certainly freeing up system and giving people on the waiting list who need it, acknowledging, as I did earlier, that many people are dying waiting. So that would be my comment, that yes, we agree with the principles of HC1.
Thank you. And Professor Lowe, can I go to you? What are your thoughts about that as a transitional mechanism? Is it practical?
I don't understand how that will kind of play out for the person, like how that will, I don't really understand how it will change in terms of if I was getting a package, now I need to pay for things that I wasn't, like how do I access that? And we just need to think about how the transition impacts on people. I understand how it impacts on the system, but I don't fully haven't thought through how to impact on the people getting it, and whether, if things show up on their budgets, they're like, oh, I don't want that anymore because I have to pay for it.
Can I ask a question about that, please? We've heard evidence throughout the last nearly 2 years about older people being unwilling to pay for things. And there's a point where the taxpayer has some issues here. And so I'd like to explore with you about how far we take these sorts of considerations and how far governments are going to have to take some pretty tough decisions to try and get consistency of charging arrangements across the home care sector more generally.
I accept, I think, that there needs to be some user contribution for home care. When we talk to older people, where it seems to kind of, become challenging is that they'll say, well, I can pay my own gardener and it's cheaper than the package, or I could just go to the club and get a meal and that's cheaper than someone. And that kind of price point doesn't take into account the care management, the support, the social supports that come with the package. And I don't know, I'm not a marketing person. I don't know whether the sell is wrong in that we're saying, this hour of care costs you this much, and whether we should be just saying, this package, you contribute this much, and for that, you get all this stuff, like a bundle. I don't know, in terms of marketing, whether a bundle would be more appealing or some kind of subscription service, because people don't want to feel like they're definitely older people don't feel like they want to waste their money on stuff that they don't need. And sometimes it's our job to convince them that this is a useful thing and they should at least try it. Yeah.
Thank you.
I'd like to go to two related propositions on care coordination or care management. And to do this very briefly, because we're drawing to a close, they are HC5 and HC10. And Miss Emerson, I'll ask you, do you agree with, or does the college have a view on the way HC5 and HC10 expresses the function of care management in the context of the assessment of how much care management is needed, orienting that assessment in the direction of enablement, that is HC10, and then sheeting home a strong responsibility for care management on providers with all of the detail in HC5?
Yes, look, I'd start by saying that the college firmly believes that care coordination should be carried out by a person, a registered nurse or an allied health professional, and we acknowledge the important role of the unlicensed worker and are pleased to see the Commission has considered the system to regulate unlicensed workers. We don't think they have a place in the assessment, but we do believe they have a very important place in providing a valuable workforce. And I think that's my comment for the moment.
Oh, just related to that point, if we go to HC9 while we're still with you, Miss Emerson, we've got a proposal there which is designed to address a problem that the Royal Commission's heard about repeatedly, which is task-based rushed services which lack a social connection. And it's probably compounded when you have different workers attending the private dwelling place of one care recipient, and that person is bewildered to find different workers appearing from time to time. But whether or not that problem is addressed, this proposal is for at least principles, if not prescriptions, about minimum contact times when home care services are being provided. Does the college have a view on this?
The college's approach is to consider skills and skills mix, the right people at the right time. We know that the ANMF have made a submission that covers comprehensively their views on support the developing workforce. So the college's focus would be on the skills and skills mix. We acknowledge that older people need to know, continuity is really important, and we would want to have good systems that support continuity and developing those relationships between the person in their home and the people, and that we require good conditions to provide maximum care, and this part of our workforce is going to be growing, so we applaud paying a lot of attention to this. because quite rightly, one of the benefits that people say of living at home is they can have control of their environment. And if we have multiple people going in without coordination, with task orientation, are we repeating a system that's currently being criticised in other areas? That's my personal opinion.
Dr. Larrigi, I'll go to you on both points. I don't think the Royal Commissioners would understand you to be agreeing with the strong care management function, or at least to be qualified in light of what you said earlier about that. But do you wish to comment on the minimum contact hours point in HC9? And if there's an additional point you wish to make about care management, now's your opportunity, please.
Thank you. Care management, care management I don't think has to be associated just with the provider. In fact, there's a role for independent care managers. So your system model, you could have your assessment, and then someone could choose to have an independent care manager to help them organise what they want. And that a lot of people might choose a service provider and have a care manager there, but others may not. And that would give them more flexibility to choose services from different providers or community services. It would be a more flexible approach. If you have a care manager and a service provider responsible, what you tend to get, they always assess the person needs just the services that provider happens to have. If you have
that's an interesting point, but can I put a counterpoint to you, which arose from evidence of a panel yesterday with a focus on the workforce and the stability of the workforce? Dr. Fiona McDonald, for example, referenced some evidence to the effect that a direct employment model and a direct connection between those planning and managing care and the ability to direct and supervise the workforce, these points were made, and it was suggested that a direct employment model encouraging stability and enabling direction and supervision conduce towards better quality and safety outcomes. You, on the other hand, have pointed to research which suggests that, at least in the US, self-management, which suggests the ability to bring in contractors from different directions, that conduces to good outcomes for some people, at least. What are your views on these differing bodies of research? Are they to be reconciled? Is it dependent on the particular conditions of the person concerned and how risky the services that they need might be?
Risk is maybe not the focus, but it's important. But it's like our service system design could have both. I mean, for people who want to go to a service provider who have employed staff and they feel more comfortable with that, so be it. The feedback I get about that is these service providers, who often then subcontract to another provider, they produce a lot of changeover of staff. The words that I get from people is a stranger at the door. And I have had a lot of people say to me, I'd rather engage my own staff because it gives me more stability, and I retain them for longer, and the relationship is there. They are accountable to me. In the code report, people said, this is far better than my experiences going through a care provider, because I selected the staff, and they can be qualified staff. You don't have to talk about unqualified staff, but they are accountable to me, and they stay with me longer, and it's a much better system. But I would propose, as a service system design, that you have both options. Like, one person might want to manage their own, we'll give them that opportunity and go to a service provider that is set up to do that, encourages that. And people who don't want that can go to another service provider. I mean, we're going to have so many people, we could have a maximum choice.
And was there a response you wish to make on the minimum contact time? We're running out of time, but if you're able to give us a 1 minute response.
I've had so many people in different places say to me, the really important thing for me is to go to bed at a certain time. And I've employed someone locally down the road to come in at 11 o'clock at night and put me to bed. Been doing it for years. It's fantastic. Previously, I had rostered staff from agencies and they came in between 7 and 9 or 8 and 10 or something. I hated it. The quality of my life was so low. This is the best thing that's ever happened to me. I think you need to allow for those provisions with careful oversight from the assessment team or whoever's going to come in and look at the whole situation every 3 months or 6 months or however long it is. Yes, you have to see if those arrangements suit that person, then let it go. Having a minimum contact hours is so unrealistic. And it's not going to...
Professor Lowe, I see you nodding. I'll give you the final word if you can make it 30 seconds or so.
We need consistency of staffing and flexibility for the person. So I don't think that there should be minimum contact time. If someone wants someone to drop in on them like 3 times a day for 5 minutes to give them their tablets and say hello, that's what they want.
Thank you. Commissioners, I have no further questions.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Gray. Commissioner Briggs?
Thank you, Commissioner. I probably got a poorly formed question that I want to put to you, so please bear with me. Earlier in the discussion, I think Ms. Larragee talked about the importance of people largely controlling their own destiny and that focus on quality of life. What I hear constantly at officials level is that this is a taxpayer-funded system and we need to ensure that people's actual needs for care, and I'll use those words, are catered for within this system and delivered on, and there should be a level of clear accountability around that. Like you, I have this sort of alarm bell ringing in my mind which says, I want people to have some happiness in their lives and to be able to have some control over what happens. So there's got to be a way within that system to balance those arrangements without the forms of very, very embarrassing things that undermine entire programs through crazy things happening. So, for example, the things that irritate people now are older people asking to have their TVs, their microwaves, their dining room tables paid for at taxpayer expense. So we're trying to avoid those things because they can discredit a system. So how do we go about fulfilling the need to actually address some of the obvious shortfalls in this system around the absence of delivery of nursing care and allied health care in particular, against the let's give them a bag of dirt to work in their garden because that keeps them active, exercised, engaged and happy? You know, there's got to be a happy balance here. So how do we do that?
My answer to that would be through the planning process. When you do your assessment and your planning process and you assess the person, their needs, when they have social needs or exercise needs, whatever those range of things are,
I can't hear, I'm afraid. There's something wrong. I'm not quite sure why. That's better. That's better.
You can manage that through the planning process, the planning and review, so that when the assessment's done, a bit like in the NDIS, you can set up parameters as to what this money can be spent for and say it can be spent on these things and it can't be spent on those things. So it might be, you want to have social contact, so you've got a centre and transport and maybe we'll even give that amount of money that would cost us so much money. But the person says, well, I can't stand those places, but I want to go dance. So, and if that was core to their life, like with Eileen, maybe we could say, all right, in your plan, we're going to allow you to spend so much money, that equivalent money, things that are nominated, and you can put boundaries around that. I mean, my personal is really good. They understand everything.
I'm losing the audio again, I'm afraid. But perhaps you might email the staff and just put in a bit more information on that, if you wouldn't mind. Could I ask the other panel participants the same question? How do you achieve the balance?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Briggs. I think it would be such a shame to lose the flexibility that CDC has enabled. I do think a table and a chair can be as important as some other interventions, and that we know that there's been gross underspending, that people are very conservative if given their generalisation. I do think people are very sensible in general with buying, and we know from the international study, there was a church fellowship looking at CDC by Ian Hardy, who went around the world and found that this issue of underspend was quite common. So I think we have to make sure that we're right, that people are spending their money in the wrong ways, and perhaps have some structure that gives them a framework, as was mentioned with the NDIS. I think we need to keep NDIS and ageing. But if people get what they need, then perhaps the problems will go away anyway. If people are actually getting their right allocation, getting what they need in terms of their care, good assessment, good and complex healthcare assessment. I didn't mention nurse practitioners, but we can bring people in and make sure that we are getting money spent at the right time for the right things when those needs are there. I don't think that should take away the choice for the little thing. And I think the taxpayer needs to understand that it is a whole of life experience, and that we're going to have to be a bit more comfortable with supporting autonomy and challenge these age perceptions that older people are going to not do the right thing.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you,
Commissioner Briggs. Thank you to each of our panellists. It's been very insightful to be able to hear your views, given your different perspectives, and it's been very, very helpful indeed. So thank you for the hard work that you've put into the preparation of the session today, and then for the time that you've given us today and answering the questions as fully as you have done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes, and I think I should now formally excuse the three panel members.
Thank you very much.
Will you be adjourning for 10 minutes?
That's, I think, what is planned, is it not? Yes.
We could start at 11:45.
All right, well, we'll adjourn until 11:45. Thank you.
The Royal Commission is adjourned until 11:45 a.m. The Royal Commission is now in session.
Yes, Mr. Gray.
I call Janet Anderson, PSM, Sarah Kelly, and Mark Rummins.
Ms. Anderson, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say, I do.
I do.
Ms. Kelly, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say, I do.
I do.
Mr. Rummins, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson, you're the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commissioner, correct?
Yeah.
Ms. Kelly, you're the Director, Regulatory Policy and Performance Group of the Commission, correct?
I'm the Director of the Home Services Regulation Project that sits within that group.
Thank you. And Mr. Rummins, you're the Director, Home Care Compliance and Investigations of the Commission, is that right?
That's correct.
Thank you. Now, I'll direct my questions in the first instance to you, Commissioner Anderson, and if you feel you need to seek operational detail from either of your officers within the Commission who are sitting with you, please do so. I just want to start with framing the challenges of home care quality and safety regulation. And the best starting place might be a statement of Miss Anne Wunsch back in July last year, which is available to the hearing and will be displayed now. It's Exhibit 830, Statement of Anne Wunsch, dated 22 July 2019. And at paragraph 72 on page 20, it was said that there are a number of areas where improvements could be made in quality and safety regulation of home care. And Commissioner Anderson, there was reduced visibility, in part because of the framework for regulation and in part because of the complications of getting access to private premises. Has there been any progress in improvement of the regulatory framework and the powers available to you since Ms. Wunsch's statement in terms of the ability to gain, to achieve engagement with people receiving home care services?
Yes, Council, we've made a number of strides in that direction. First and foremost, as you'd be aware, a number of functions were transferred from the Commonwealth Department of Health to the Commission from the 1st of January 2020, including the area for which Mr. Rummins is responsible in home care compliance investigations. And we now have a joined up end-to-end regulatory model which better connects the compliance aspects of our work with the assessment and monitoring aspects of our work. We have also been doing a lot of work on our data collection methodologies and our risk profiling approaches. All of this is work in progress, and Ms. Kelly is currently responsible for a home care regulation project which is aimed squarely at further strengthening our approach to the regulation of home services.
And if we could go now to paragraph, pardon. We could go now to the same statement, paragraph 75. Ms. Wunsch back in July identified there some key logistical challenges as well. And they included logistics and resourcing constraints. Home services consistently present complex issues for regulators, given the increasing number, diversity and geographic dispersion of providers entering the market. There are often complex subcontracting arrangements to be considered. the number of consumers accessing home care services is also very large, and we understand, I interpolate that that's been growing. It's now in the order of about 150,000 people on a home care package, we understand. And the small scale of most home care providers and the fact that care is often provided in individuals' homes rather than concentrated in a single facility compounds these logistical challenges. Is that still a correct statement of the challenges, and has any progress been made by the Commission in addressing those challenges?
That is certainly still a fair reflection of the heterogeneity and diversity within this sector. It is markedly different from residential aged care for the reasons which are outlined in this paragraph. What we also see, and which probably has been a feature more prominently since this paragraph was written, is the continuing emergence of new business models and innovation in the sector. It certainly speaks to the very rapid growth in new entrants and the growth of existing entrants into much larger entities. And many of them are availing themselves of new business models, including brokerage, franchises, subcontracting arrangements, to ensure that they have the business support to deliver services across what is sometimes a very wide geographical area. My view is, in relation to the regulation of this sector, these are problems to be managed rather than solved. The sector continues to present those characteristics, and those characteristics will continue into the future. I don't expect that anything anyone is going to do in the short to medium term is going to adjust any of those things in particular. So the job of a regulator is to understand those characteristics and do our very best to engage with them in order to ensure that we can hold providers to account and ensure that they have a detailed understanding of the risks and very effective means of managing those risks. And as I set out earlier, we are undertaking a number of actions squarely aimed at that. I might also raise here, Council, although you may want to take me to it subsequently, a very particular initiative we've undertaken in the last 2 or 3 months in relation to outbound calls directly to home care consumers. We've made over 5,000 of those calls.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Anderson, would you agree with this? We're in a situation where there's a rapidly expanding scale of home care provision. There are more packages available addressing a greater range of need amongst a larger cohort of people seeking care. And that's increasing year on year, has been increasing year on year, and it looks like it will continue to do so. And you also mentioned that there are a proliferation of brokering and subcontracting arrangements, in effect supporting service provision to the people seeking this care. Now, in those circumstances, it's going to be very important, isn't it, to vet the suitability of the providers, to do everything else that's possible to ensure the quality and safety of the services that are provided, given the difficulty of having any direct monitoring of the provision of the services on private premises. Do you agree with everything I've summarised there?
If I understand by your use of the word vet, that market entry is an important gate and needs to be carefully managed, absolutely agree with that. Market entry is an important regulatory tool, and it is one of the ways in which the sector can be satisfactorily regulated. I also agree with your comment that the complexities of achieving line of sight to individuals' homes where they may be receiving a home care package or indeed some community venue, those complexities mean that we need to be looking to other means of assuring ourselves that the providers know what they're doing and are doing it to the very best of their ability.
Well, let's go to those other means in a minute, but I'll just stay with the commencement of provision of service once a provider is approved. Is it still the case? Ms. Wunsch made the point in her statement, I won't take you to the paragraph, it'll take too long, but she made the point in her statement that one of the key differences between residential care regulation and home care regulation is that a home care approved provider may commence a service without that service being accredited. And indeed, the data we have available to us suggests that many, many months, as much as a year, may elapse before a new home care service is visited by the regulator with for the purposes of a quality review. Is that still the case?
Ms. Wunsch wouldn't have used the word credited, counsel, because we don't accredit home services, but certainly in relation to the undertaking of a quality review. The difficulty we have is that a number of organisations seek approval to be a provider in advance of delivering a single service, and that is self-evident. But it may also be that having achieved approved provider status, and not all of them do, but having travelled through that first gate successfully, they will then take some time in order to establish their business, advertise their business, and start to take on clients. So in some instances, a site visit, a quality review in those opening weeks will tell us nothing about that provider beyond their originating documentation.
So do you conduct an evaluation? Do you find out when it is that the home care provider that's newly approved and is establishing its services, do you find out when it is that they do begin to take clients, and it's only then that you conduct a quality review? Is that what happens?
Mr. Rummins, are you aware of that detail?
So when a home care provider, an approved provider of home care, wants to create a service, that is actually managed by the department. As far as a notification of when they commence delivering services to individual consumers, we aren't provided, I don't believe, a direct indication of that, but we do have access to that information to assist us in deciding when to conduct a review.
Is it the case that 12 months can easily go past after approval of a provider before a quality review takes place?
I don't know about can easily go past. I don't know the number of services where it would be 12 months before we undertook a quality review, counsel.
All right. Now, in addition to entry, I think you might have said, Commissioner Anderson, market entry. In addition to that, it's necessary to engage with the person receiving the services to the fullest extent possible. And in that connection, you've mentioned this telephone initiative. But on a more systemic basis, there are plans, as I understand it, to conduct consumer experience interviews and to generate consumer experience reports referable to particular services. What's the progress of that? I don't see any publication of consumer experience report outcomes on My Aged Care or on the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission's website in respect of home care services. Why not?
Well, Council, we commenced consumer experience interviews in July 2019 and have undertaken a number of them. Consumers participate voluntarily. We communicated with home care consumers and made them aware that we had a telephone number they could ring if they had comments to make about their provider. We invited them to do that. We also give them the opportunity as part of our quality review process to make known their views to us, and we offer them the opportunity of in-person interviews, or they can go online, or indeed provide those comments over the phone. The reason we haven't yet published is because the participation is voluntary and therefore not randomised, its representativeness of the quality and safety of the services delivered by a particular provider has not yet been validated. And it would be unfair of the regulator to publish that information as it pertains to individual providers in the absence of statistical significance.
I'll just ask the operator to put up paragraph 77 of the same statement of Ms. Wunsch on the screen. And Ms. Wunsch at that time noted that it was also the case that the Commission doesn't publish its findings or consumer experience reports following quality reviews. And she then made some points about the importance of the outcomes of the regulatory function. She seemed to be making the point that it would be a good thing if the outcomes of consumer experience reports could be published for the reasons she gives there. Do you agree that it would be a good thing if the outcomes of consumer experience reports could be published, subject to the concern you've raised about giving procedural fairness to a provider?
Yes, I do. And we are intent on that. We are looking for a way to ensure that there is fairness, because we do believe that this is information which will be more widely known.
Thank you. Now, another means by which, at least indirectly, quality and safety can be perhaps not ensured, but steps can be taken to ensure that there's a framework for good quality and safety, is for there to be registration of the workers who are providing services that have inherent risk. Does the Commission have a position on whether there should be minimum mandatory qualifications, perhaps supported by a registration regime for personal care workers, that is, workers who provide hands-on services such as dressing, toileting, showering, perhaps help with meals, feeding, and the like?
Two questions there. First is a worker registration approach, and the second is the minimum qualifications. You would be aware, I think, Council, that the Department of Health is leading a piece of policy work on the potential registration of aged care workers. We are a contributor to that effort, and indeed there has been, as I understand it, some public consultation around that, which signals certainly a strong interest by government in exploring those matters. In relation to qualifications and skills, Standard 7 in the quality standards, which is around human resources, places very clear expectations and requirements.
Ms. Anderson, I'm not asking you about the current proposal. I'm just asking, does the Commission have a position? If the Commission doesn't have a position, we'll move on.
We believe that the body of staff should be appropriately skilled. I have some concern that if a minimum qualification was established and rigorously pursued, it would disadvantage the regional remote services, who would have greater difficulty in attracting and retaining that workforce.
Thank you. So I won't ask you about what level of certificate you consider might be appropriate for unsupervised personal care workers in private homes.
I don't have an informed view about that, Council.
Right. And another means, and a very important means, I suggest, by which, even though one doesn't have direct line of sight into what's happening behind closed doors on private premises, another means by which one can help to ensure that high quality and safe care is being given is to conduct visits, which are called in the context of home care quality reviews, to the offices, which are the hubs from which those services are provided, and to review the systems and perhaps interview staff, gain access to particular users of the services, and maybe telephone them and ask detailed questions about issues raised by the review that's being conducted. Do you agree with all that, Commissioner?
Yes, we may also make visits in relation to an assessment contact, which is another regulatory activity.
Thank you. And an assessment contact is a lower order form of communication with a service than a quality review, and it might be limited to just a particular phone call, or it might be more extensive. Is that right?
No, it may be an on-site visit performed for the purposes of monitoring compliance with the standards or assessing performance.
Thank you. And the requirement under the Commission's rules with respect to home care services is that a quality review be conducted every 3 years. Is that still the case?
Yes, that's correct.
Yep. And is that every 3 years in relation to a service, that is a home care service, an outlet, or is it every 3 years in respect of a home care provider, that is the organisation, and any one of those organisations may have multiple outlets?
My understanding is it pertains to the level of provider. However, that is not as clear a definition as we would like it to be, and there's work underway involving both ourselves and the department to ensure that the definitions of entities in the home services sector are clearer and crisper for the purposes not just for regulation but also funding and general oversight.
All right. Now I want to go to a compliance action plan, the home care compliance action plan. This is at tab 65, please, operator, through to tab 67. And this is a plan with which you're well familiar, I know, Commissioner, and we've raised various questions about this in notices to the Commission. Is the, in summary, is the situation this? If we then go to the next document, please, operator, we can see the plan itself. Is the situation this, that the plan is being implemented? It's a little late in some respects, but it is in every respect, each item in the plan is in the progress of being completed or is completed, with some items being between 1 to, I think, 3 or 6 months late. Is that a fair summary?
This plan actually was developed and is owned by the department, but we do feature prominently in it. And to the extent that there are matters there for the regulator, yes, I think a fair summary. Some of them are running a little slower, more slowly than anticipating the plan, but they are underway.
Okay, thank you. Now, can we just go back, please, operator, to Ms. Wunsch's statement? There's a reference there to resourcing in the budget for completion or implementation of the compliance action plan, including as it pertains to staffing for the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission. Now, at page 26, we can go to page 26, please, operator. Thank you. There's a reference there the question at the top of the page provides some useful context. There was an announcement in the 2018-19 budget of $5.6 million in funding for the next financial year, the one that's just come to an end, 2019-20, in relation to home care compliance and risk-based monitoring and assessment. And then there's some questions about that. And Ms. Wunsch says at paragraph 89, or start at 88, of the $5.6 million in funding, the ACQSC, that's your commission, isn't it, Commissioner, received $2.419 million. And Ms. Wunsch says at 89, that funding has facilitated and will continue to facilitate the employment of an additional 10 quality assessors, which will enable the Commission to conduct approximately 120 additional quality reviews and 250 assessment contacts of home services. So we're talking there roughly about, on a full-time equivalent employee basis, it seems like a full-time equivalent employee assessor can do or can produce, perhaps in teamwork with others, but on an FTE basis, 12 quality reviews and 25 assessment contacts per year. Is that a correct estimation?
I don't know whether that was the basis of the framing of that, but if that was the calculation which informed it, then your maths is as mine is.
All right. And can we go now to tab 79? Just keep in mind that figure of $2.419 million. We'll go to tab 79, please, operator, at page 1709. And that document is a response to one of those notices that I mentioned a moment ago. And if we go inside that document to page 1709, which is just the second page, there's, under the heading Compliance Framework Action Plan, there's a paragraph introducing two sub-paragraphs. Subparagraph B refers to the $5.6 million, which must be the same $5.6 million as Ms. Wunsch was referring to, and the $2.419 million for staffing, as Ms. Wunsch described it. That's picked up in paragraph B. In addition, in paragraph A, there's additional funding, is there, Ms. Anderson, of $7.7 million, and of that, a figure of 4.175 allocated to your commission. And then down in paragraph 6, there's an explanation of the 4.175. It was allocated to the commission to increase its workforce to enable it to increase monitoring activities of home care services. That's all correct? I assume you stand by that. That's in the response to this notice for information.
Yes, Councillor.
Yep. So there's a deal of funding that's been provided there. In addition, we understand from a response to yet another notice, which is, pardon me for just a moment, at tab 42. This is quite recent, 12 August 2020. At tab, there's a update of actions in response to the compliant action plan at page 8514 and following. We could just show Ms. Anderson that, please, operator. And there was also a letter from the solicitors for the Commonwealth. There's that table, and that goes right through to item 15. And there was a letter that came in adding a further item. This is at the next tab 43. And this new item is termed 8A, and it's described as, this is at tab 43, page 0001. 8A, the action that's been taken is secured additional funding to support staffing requirements for aged care regulatory functions, etc. Part of that is to strengthen compliance commensurate with growth in HCP, home care package. So I take it that's all correct. There's those three sources of additional funding for additional home care monitoring and regulatory activities. Ms. Anderson?
Well, yes.
Yep. Now, we've noticed, and we've asked you in a notice about what seems to be a sharp decline in regulatory activity of home care services in the financial year commencing 1 July 2019. And I just want to take you to some of that material and ask you the reasons for it and what's been done about it. If we start with tab 54 of the tender bundle, please, operator. There are a series of documents in the tender bundle, Ms. Anderson, which are quarterly reports of regulatory activity by your commission, and they take this form. And I take it you're very familiar with these data reports, is that right?
Yes, yes.
And if we just note that that one is for the second last quarter of financial year 2018-19, and if we go to the fourth page, page 0044, please, operator, we see that for home care in that quarter, there were 145 quality reviews and 128 assessment contacts. And on my rough maths, based on Ms. Wunsch's information a little while ago, that suggests to me that maybe there were about 40 to 50 full-time equivalent assessors working on home care compliance, quality reviews and assessment contacts. Are you able to tell the commissioners, Commissioner Anderson, whether that's roughly right at that point in time?
No, I would not be in a position to confirm that at all, Council. We don't designate particular members of staff to particular sorts of activities. My quality assessment teams across both residential aged care and home services, and I certainly wouldn't have a number in mind in terms of the workforce which undertakes a particular sort of regulatory activity.
All right. If we then go to the next quarter at tab 55, this is the last quarter of financial year 2018-19. There's in fact a larger number of quality reviews, and that's the first page. We'll go to the fourth page at page 0054 and we'll get the home care data. It's in fact a larger number of 181 quality reviews and 291 assessment contacts. So there seems to have been a movement towards greater resourcing of home care compliance activities up to that point in time. Does that accord with any recollection you have about your direction of the activities of the Commission, Commissioner Anderson?
Yes, we commenced our work as a Commission in the middle of the financial year, and the year's work was already half over before we took it over from the department, and I beg your pardon, not from the department, from the quality agency, our predecessor, and we became aware that there had been a lower level of activity coming into the new calendar year, and we redirected considerable effort to ensuring at least that we were undertaking assessment contacts because we were a new commission. This was a sector that we wanted to get to know more.
And then right at the end of that quarter, the 1st of July, was of course the advent of the new quality framework, the single quality framework, quality standards in amended Schedule 2 of the Quality of Care Principles. And I assume that was going to be a big task, conducting reviews that were going to be referable to those new standards, and that would require additional effort on your part, on the part of your Commission's assessors. Is that a fair assumption?
That is certainly the case. It certainly proved so, Council. In fact, I believe we probably underestimated the amount of change that would be required in the approach that we took both in residential care and home services. The new standards from the outside may not have looked much different, 44 expected outcomes under the old, 42 under the new for residential care at least, but they were a very substantial change, and we had to redesign our assessment methodology. We did so for residential care and made some adjustments to our approach to home services, and are now taking further work forward in that regard.
Now we've got similar data reports for 3 quarters since the end of financial year 2018-19. I'll take you to those. They show a remarkable reduction in the number of quality reviews and assessment contacts in home services, and indeed a similar, not quite at the scale of the reduction in home services, but similarly they show a drop-off in residential care regulatory activity as well. I'll just make that good. I'll ask the operator to please display tab 56. This is the first quarter of financial year 2019-20. And if we go to page 0033, get the data for home care compliance activity. And we get, by comparison, remember, with 145 quality reviews in the March quarter 2019, 181 quality reviews in the June quarter 2019, we've got only 24 quality reviews in the September quarter 2019. And that pattern continues over the next 2 quarters. I don't think I need to take you to those data reports unless you don't agree with me, Ms. Anderson, but the numbers fluctuate a little bit, but they stay at that very low level, roughly at that level, 22 for the following quarter and 29 for the one after that. And the assessment contacts are also greatly depressed compared with activity in the preceding financial year. And in residential care, I won't take you back through all the documents, but as I asserted before, there is a substantial drop-off in residential care side audits, review audits, and assessment contacts. So we asked you about this in a notice, and at tab 79, please, operator, page 1712, at paragraph 12, the Commission has responded to our query about this. If we could just, we just start with this statement: that the ACQSC, that's your Commission, has received and is utilising funding received under the measure to increase its home care service compliance activity. Firstly, is that right? It doesn't look as if on this set of reports that I've just taken you through, there is an increase in home care services compliance activity. I'll just go to the next sentence. At this stage, the program for increasing the level of compliance activity in home care services has progressed more slowly than originally planned. Again, Ms. Anderson, is that right? Isn't it more the case that any program for increasing the level of compliance activity in home care services hasn't progressed more slowly, it's actually gone backwards? What are your responses?
It may be partly definitional in terms of the use of the word compliance activity. As I said, we had transferred to the Commission from the Department the compliance function in relation to home services, along with all other aged care services. And there is no doubt that we have put additional effort into the work being undertaken under Mr. Rumman's leadership in terms of a strengthened approach to understanding risk across the sector and undertaking targeted approaches to individual providers where we are concerned about the profile.
Well, I'm not sure if I follow, perhaps others do, but hasn't compliance activity declined since the preceding financial year?
I think you may be asking about regulatory activity. I'm sorry, but I need to be particular because we understand compliance as being an aspect of the larger whole. I think the point you're making is valid. Regulatory activity, insofar as you would include quality reviews and assessment contacts, as reported, have declined.
Yes. Well, I think we'll move past this, whatever semantic difference there might you might be referring to, and I'll go to the next point, which is the reasons that that your commission's outlined. The level of that is the reasons for what I'm characterising it as a decline. The level of home care service compliance activities has been impacted by a high turnover in the assessor workforce. And then there's reference to several rounds of recruitment and training, but despite of that, it's been a high level of attrition. And this is partly due to the retirement of a number of experienced quality assessors and others taking up employment opportunities in the aged care sector. And the CPSU has provided a submission to the Royal Commission, which is in the tender bundle, which raises concerns along the lines that are touched upon in this paragraph, but gives them a lot more detail and suggests that there is a problem in retention of experienced staff within the Commission. Have you had an opportunity to read the CPSU's submission, Commissioner Anderson?
Yes, I have.
Yeah. So what can you tell our Royal Commissioners, Commissioner Anderson, about the state of affairs within the Commission? Firstly, do you agree that there is a problem with the retention of the assessment workforce? And do you see any light at the end of that tunnel? And do you need any help from this Royal Commission in achieving that object?
My assessor workforce comprises both ongoing members of staff, so public servants, and also contractors. And it is the way of contractors to tie themselves to organisation on a temporary basis, but to keep an eye on the market. And if a better offer comes along, they are likely to take it. We're very pleased to have them, and they bring significant skills to the organisation, but they will make their own choices in relation to the next steps in their career. You configure it as a problem, and it's certainly a challenge, but if that continues to characterise our workforce, then we are getting better at recruitment. In fact, we've established a particular branch within the Commission dedicated to supporting the frontline recruitment process across compliance officers and the quality assessment workforce. So we know it as a characteristic of our workforce, and we are now working harder than ever to ensure that our recruitment processes ensure that we have sufficient staff to do the job we have to do.
Well, we have data for those 3 quarters, the ones I've mentioned, up to the end of March this year. And of course, we're in an extraordinary situation ever since March. I imagine the activities of the regulator, just as the activities of just about everybody else in the country, will have been affected by the pandemic very greatly. Is it because of the pandemic that you've undertaken this telephone outreach initiative?
Not directly. The pandemic gave us an opportunity of looking with fresh eyes at the way we regulate the sector, because we were in the position of having to adjust our regulatory posture, the things that we do. But it wasn't prodded directly because here's a pandemic, now we need to reach out to consumers. It was, okay, what are the further opportunities now available to us, and how best can we make use of this very significant challenge for the entire sector to be the best regulator we can be. We had been talking for some time about wanting to get closer to the consumer and hear more clearly in an unfiltered way their voice. We decided to undertake this initiative because we were able to redeploy workforce to do this work. They were very keen to participate and talk directly with consumers. And we were very eager to explore whether this was a value add in terms of the regulatory intelligence it yielded and whether we could amplify the way in which it informed some of our understanding of the home services sector. And so indeed it has proven.
And those telephone calls are being made by a workforce that's been, I think you said, able to be redeployed from the actual site visits. Is that a fair assumption? Because
Partly,
the site
but
visits
not.
have the site visits been discontinued in various places during periods of the pandemic?
We've continued to take site visits, Council, right through the pandemic. The change we made was to move from unannounced visits to short notice visits. So for a period of around 10 or 11 weeks, we undertook visits after giving the provider 24 to 48 hours notice so that they could tell us about their infection prevention control measures, and we could give them assurances about our risk control settings for my assessment workforce. But we have continued to undertake site visits.
Thank you. How many quality review visits or quality reviews have you done of home care services in the quarter ending 30 June 2020?
I'm sorry, Council, I don't have that specific bit of information to hand. I'd be happy to provide that to you outside session.
Well, that data report hasn't yet been published by your
That's correct. That would be coming along very shortly.
Are either of the officers present with you in this panel able to answer that question?
No, sorry.
What about this question? Is it of a similar order to the number of quality reviews conducted in the preceding quarter, which was down around the 29 mark? Significantly down on the preceding financial year.
Yes, it would be, Council, but very significantly offset and entirely overwhelmed by a very significant increase in assessment contacts undertaken remotely.
Yes, telephone calls.
Yes, but assessment contacts, monitoring telephone calls.
All right. And is there still no requirement to interview and generate consumer experience reports during a review audit of a home care service, or is that now a requirement?
Council, they don't produce reports, but they do undertake the interviews. They do undertake the consumer experience interviews, as the Commissioner has described.
Yeah, but the consumer experience interview is one thing. A consumer experience report is what, an aggregated performance measure, is it, for the feedback, based on the feedback received about a particular service? Is that a correct understanding of those two expressions?
Yes, as it pertains to residential care, those are the reports that we do publish.
And when we try to transplant those concepts to home care, the consumer experience interviews are conducted, but a consumer experience report is not generated for a home care service. Is that a correct understanding?
Sorry, you broke up there.
Yes. The consumer experience interviews may be conducted for a home care service during a quality review, but no consumer experience report is generated describing the aggregate output of those interviews. Is that right?
That's correct, because of the means by which we secure those interviews. But as I said earlier, we are very keenly looking at ways of ensuring that we can fairly produce reports on those consumer interviews in the short to medium term.
And why is that any different from a residential care context? Why are you able to do it in a residential care context, presumably by raising any concerns with the residential care provider, but you're somehow not able to do it in a home care context? Why can't you simply follow a similar process to the process you follow for residential care and then publish the consumer experience report?
It's the sampling methodology, Council. In a residential care context, the quality assessors undertake the interviews in the main while they're on site. And they do offer opportunities for family members and indeed residents themselves to contact them afterwards. But in the main, the exchanges occur, the interviews occur on site while the quality assessors are there.
Well, why is that the sampling methodology? Can't you apply a sampling methodology to recipients of home care services just as you can for recipients of residential care services? It may mean that you have to ring them up or otherwise contact them somehow at their own homes, but that shouldn't be an impediment, should it?
No, going forward, that should not. As far as I'm aware, we would rely on the provider to make available to us the information which would enable us to contact consumers directly. Historically, we have used the provider as the entry point to accessing consumers. And the first time we've not done that is our outbound calls directly to consumers.
I understood from responses to notices that while there was thought to be some inability initially preventing the Commission from directly engaging with people receiving home care services, that problem had been addressed and that the Commission now is satisfied that it had power to engage directly with people receiving home care services. Isn't that the case?
That is the case, Council.
Okay. So I repeat the question I led up to when we were going through the quarterly compliance activity information. Is there some recommendation that the Royal Commissioners could make that would assist you to rebuild capability, rebuild or retain your assessment workforce so that appropriate levels of regulatory activity can be attained or re-attained?
I certainly appreciate the question, Council. We have received funding, not just in prior years, but for 2021. It is the subject of Cabinet deliberations, but there is money which has been made available, and we are actively recruiting. I expect that I will appoint over 40 additional frontline staff in this financial year on the strength of the additional funding which has been made available. That will significantly amplify our opportunities to undertake the in-person regulatory activities alongside all the other work that we do.
My estimate, based on my rough maths of the number of full-time equivalent assessors conducting quality reviews and assessment contacts in home care in those 3 quarters which we know about, is that it seems like there's only about 10 full-time equivalent assessors working on home care reviews at the moment, quality reviews and assessment contacts over those quarters. Is that a fair estimate? Do you know? And do any of your officers?
Again, Council, we don't do the calculation that way. It just wouldn't be possible for me. There would be individuals undertaking quality reviews in each jurisdiction as a part of their larger work.
But can't you quantify in full-time equivalent hours how many, what resources in FTE terms are being put into quality reviews in home care?
I certainly could do that. I haven't done that. Our regulatory resourcing model, of which you're aware, is indeed an activity-based costing tool, which is aimed at identifying the workforce requirement to undertake a particular profile of regulatory activity. And we certainly have done, and the department led, and we've subsequently taken some responsibility for the progressive development of this modelling tool to enable us to identify those workforce requirements.
So with respect to the 40 employees you will recruit this year, or you intend to recruit this financial year, are you satisfied that they are going to be sufficient to raise the level of review audits in residential care, as well as site audits, back to the activity levels that were evident in financial year 2019, as well as raising home care compliance activity back to the level it was in financial year 2019?
The best way I can answer that is that I have ongoing conversations with the department and Minister Colbeck around resourcing questions, and I'm confident that I have their ear. They understand the various pressures under which my commission operates, and to this point at least, they have been very supportive of the needs of the commission in fulfilling our statutory obligations.
Well, thank you for that. But would it be of assistance if this Royal Commission made a recommendation for a thorough capability review of the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission, identifying any deficits and any need for capacity building to meet the challenges ahead, and to make consequential recommendations that funding requirements indicated by any such capability review be forthcoming from the executive government?
I certainly would understand if the Royal Commission sought to make that recommendation.
Thank you. I think we'll leave that there. Can I take you through?
Can I just pick up on? Can I just pick up on one question? Commissioner Anderson, is it that you're dealing with a full-time staffing cap, and that's part of the issue under consideration here, or not, please?
Commissioner, you would have some awareness of the average staffing level arrangements that apply to all government agencies. The health portfolio is given an ASL, average staffing level allocation, and all agencies operating within the health portfolio, of which the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission is one, is similarly required to operate within that staffing level.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Commissioner Briggs. Ms Anderson, I haven't left much time for the other aspect of the business of the day. In fact, I've only left a few minutes, but you will have been provided with a set of propositions which have been tested in this hearing. And at proposition HC6, from paragraph C through to paragraph E, there are a number of propositions which propose augmentations of quality and safety measures in home care. And when I say home care, I include care provided in the community. In fact, all forms of subsidised home care that is subsidised by the Commonwealth outside residential aged care facilities. Now, have you had, well, you have had an opportunity to reflect on that document, I know, because it was provided to you some time ago. I understand that you haven't provided a written response. Do you have any objections or difficulties in terms of workability and practicability with any of those paragraphs C through to E? I understand that the Commission is not a policy body, and I'm not asking for a policy view. My question, are any of them impractical, likely to be unworkable from the regulator's perspective?
The answer, Council, is I certainly have no objection to any of what is proposed here. I think it is each of the propositions speaks to an understanding of the complexity of the service and the need for appropriate but not overburdensome regulation. My questions turn on feasibility and the staging of implementation. By virtue of that complexity, and particularly because there are numbers of new, less tutored providers and the very substantial geographical dispersion of these providers into the remotest parts of Australia, I think a one-size-fits-all here would be absolutely impossible, and that a staging of consideration would need to be carefully calibrated on both a risk basis but also a capability basis, understanding the sector in its diversity. And there would be many, many small, bespoke community providers who would not know where to start on some of these provisions. And so I think to adopt them in globo, I think, would manifestly increase levels of risk across the sector because you would have a sector in disarray. What they've demonstrated is they can rise to a challenge, but they need support, they deserve support and guidance and advice, and the regulation alongside that and as part of that, going to your earlier point, needs to be adequately resourced to assist them in that task in our guidance role, but also to assess them and, if necessary, to take compliance action against them when they get it wrong.
Thank you. Just touching on one of the points you made about one size fits all, I know that you referred to the need for staging, and you may have been thinking of the inadvisability of a uniform big bang approach to a step change involving all of these aspects at once. But when you referred to one size fits all, it prompted me to raise a question I had a note of, but I don't think we've got time to go into it in depth. It's this: should the approval, licensing, whatever one wants to call it, certification of a provider as a provider that is able to host a home care package and or be brokered in to provide home care services subsidised by the Commonwealth, be calibrated so that the provider can nominate just a certain subset of such services and seek approval for those? The reason for that might be that you might have services that are inherently less risky in terms of clinical governance and the like, and it might be worthwhile to have a flexible licensing or approval mechanism available for that very reason. What are your thoughts, Commissioner, on that?
I strongly support that, Council. Best practice regulation is risk-based and responsive, and what you're describing is a keen eye to levels of risk and adjustments of process in accordance with risk. So my principal position is that you would avoid one size fits all and rather look to creating fit for purpose arrangements for particular service types and particular providers and possibly even geographies. Your point about whether there should be some certification process in relation to particular service types rather than a universal service certification is one I'm very attracted to. I think as a design feature of the current model, that does not assist in the regulation of the sector, and I'm not sure it's in the consumer's best interest either.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Gray. Commissioner Briggs, do you have any further questions you wish to ask?
No, thank you, Commissioner.
Yes, thank you. Commissioner Anderson and Ms. Kelly and Mr. Rimmers, thank you very much for the work you've put into responding to our questions and being available today. It's been very great assistance. And I think I need only to excuse you from further attendance. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Gray?
Commissioner, will you adjourn for lunch now, and could we resume at 1:45?
All right, 1:45.
The Royal Commission is adjourned until 1:45 p.m.
Thank you.
The Royal Commission is now in session.
Great.
Thank you, Commissioner. I call Michael Lai, Amy Laffin, and Dr. Nicholas Hartland.
Ms. Laffin, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say, I do.
I do.
Mr. Lai, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say, I do.
I do. I do.
Dr. Hartland, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say, I do.
I do.
Mr. Lai, you're the Deputy Secretary, Ageing and Aged Care of the Department of Health of the Commonwealth, correct?
I am. Correct.
Thank you. Ms. Laffin, you're the Assistant Secretary, Aged Care Reform and Compliance of the Department of Health, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. And Dr. Hartland, you're the First Assistant Secretary, Aged Care Policy and Regulation of the Department of Health, correct?
No, in-home aged care division, Councillor.
Thank you. And you've all given evidence to the Royal Commission before, and thank you for your participation today. The purpose of today is to test with you a number of propositions in a document that's been provided to you in advance of the hearing. Now, you haven't provided us with a written response to that document. We'll take this opportunity in this session over the next hour to seek your feedback or your evaluation, if you like, of those propositions from the department's perspective. And I'd like you to focus, if you could, on whether the various propositions are, in the department's view, workable, whether they are worthwhile, that is, are they directed to the right objectives, and whether, to the extent that you might think that they fail on either of those two criteria, you have a better option that you would ask the Royal Commissioners to consider. Now, there are a few background matters that I would like to go to first, and I think the modus operandi we should adopt is that I'll essentially direct all my questions to you, Mr. Lai, and if you consider that the response would more appropriately be given by somebody with better operational knowledge, and you have them to hand on either side of you, then you may defer to Dr. Hartland or Ms. Laffin. Does that sound like an appropriate way forward for the session?
Yep, that's great.
Yep, thank you. Now, the first set of questions are really background matters relating to the challenge of integrating the CHSP, Commonwealth Home Support Program, and the Home Care Package Program. And relevant to that, we're doing our best to understand how many services of different kinds are involved in the two programs, and what might be the capability requirements of various sorts, workforce, provider capability, and the like, that would be challenges that have to be met in order to successfully integrate the programs. So that's the purpose of these questions. Just a quick question first, Mr. Lai. I understand that the government and the department's aspiration is indeed to integrate these programs. Is that still correct?
That's right.
And we understand from information you've provided to notices issued by the commissioners that there is work being done on a demand model and in understanding demand for the relevant types of services, and that I believe Ernst & Young, EY, has been involved in that work. Has that modelling work progressed to fruition?
No, Council, it's close. We've received some material from EY, but we're doing some further work with them, but it's not far away. Dr. Hartland might be able to give you an estimated time frame.
So we currently have the demand model, and we're just what we call, I think, user acceptance testing to see that it calibrates to what we understand to be the parameters of the model. That we'd hope would be only a couple of weeks away, and the supply side of the model is due towards the end of September and is on track to be delivered. So there will be material that we can share, if that's the Commission's wishes, quite soon.
All right, thank you for that. Look, I'll ask that a public document that's available on the GenData website, the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare website, entitled The Fourth Release of Aged Care Data Snapshot for Financial Year 2018-19 now be displayed at the Community Home Support tab, at the Home Support tab for those who wish to access it. And the operator will now bring up some of the rows of the Home Support tab of that fourth release of the data from that financial year relating to the CHSP program. And we have here, I hope you can see that, members of the panel. Are you able to read that off your screen?
Yes, struggling, but yeah.
Yeah, all right. Well, I'll tell you that it's that part of the tab of the spreadsheet that itemises the different kinds of CHSP services by numbers of client. It's called distinct clients by service type. Now, my understanding is there may be, although that word distinct is used, that doesn't mean that there might not be double up from row to row. So the same individual might receive a service in a different row.
That's right.
Yeah. Now, this suggests that in allied health and therapy services, there were 244,000 odd people who received those services under the CHSP program in that financial year. In nursing, beg your pardon, I think nursing would be combined, so beg your pardon, nursing is row 62. There were 120 odd thousand people who received nursing services via CHSP in that financial year. Now, can I just confirm an understanding about the nature of CHSP services? They are time-limited services provided by directly grant-funded or block-funded service providers who have responsibilities to service a population in a particular region or area. Is that right?
So, yes, I would describe them as grant-funded, which provides some responsible to deliver services. I wouldn't, not in all cases, would you say they're time-limited? We tend to describe the program as an entry-level program, so it typically caters for people with lower needs, but some people do stay on the program for some time. It is true, though, that certainly allied health in the program would be a time-limited investment.
Thank you, Dr. Hartland. I now want to, if we can have that available in case we need to go back to it, but if you make a mental note, members of the panel, that we're talking about quite a lot of people. Now, there might be overlap in the individuals, but at least about 250,000 people receiving those services through CHSP, whether time limited or not, within that financial year. And if we go to the topic of home care packages, and Mr. Hartland, I've asked you questions about this on a previous occasion. Since then, there is an analysis available conducted by Stuart Brown of a quite extensive survey in respect of financial year 2017-18, is that right, of the use expenditure of home care packages?
That's right. Yes, we commissioned the survey because we were worried about understanding what was actually provided in the home care package program.
Yeah, and on the previous occasion, one of the topics that you enlightened the Royal Commissioners on was the inability of the department to track how home care packages are spent. Is that a fair paraphrase?
Yes, I think that's fair. Yeah, we are worried about, the home care package program has benefits around flexibility, but the funding arrangements don't allow us to understand what was actually delivered by service type within that program as a matter of course. That's right.
Yep. Now, the survey in question, which has been analysed by Stuart Brown, in effect is an attempt using a survey, quite an extensive survey. In that financial year, I think he pretty well covered half of the market, whether regarded by number of providers or market share. But nevertheless, it's an attempt to fill a gap because there's no systemic collection of those data about expenditure of packages on particular kinds of services. Is that a fair summary?
That's correct.
And what Stuart Brown have said in their report at tab 4 of the General Tender Bundle, please, operator. If you can bring up, please, table 27. What they've said is, amongst other things, there's very little expenditure of home care packages on either nursing or allied health care. Now, there's a little bit on, I'll take that last bit back and I'll rephrase the question. Nursing care registered nurse, the second row, there's an average, all average of 0.11. That's 0.11 of an hour of time per fortnight going on the legend above, summary of average hours of service per package per fortnight by service type for financial year 2018-19. Is that right? That's 0.11 of an hour across all packages on average for time spent by registered nurses providing nursing care. Thanks, Dr. Hart.
Yeah, that's a correct reading of the table.
Yeah. And so, as the commissioners of this inquiry well know, the levels here are in ascending order of acuity and complexity of needs. So level 1 is for people who have simpler needs. Level 4 is for people who have more complex needs. Even for the most complex level of need, we're only looking at about a quarter of an hour of registered nursing time per person per fortnight. Is that right?
That's right. Yep.
Now, there's a little bit more in respect of the next category of nurse, enrolled nurse or other licensed nurse, but it's really, I would suggest, virtually insignificant. And if we go to allied health professional practitioner services, second last row in the main body of the table, we have a very similar pattern and a very low expenditure on that service, even at level 4. That's a correct reading of the table, I take it, Dr. Hartland.
Yes, I would just add, in case you asked me in detail, our image is hiding the cell on level 4, but my recollection. Someone's fixing that now. Someone's fixing that now, but yeah, no, you're reading the table correctly. I think we would say, Council, that we're also concerned about these results. It's not what we expected to see when we did the survey, and given that these results look lower per person than the CHSP results you showed before, and that's certainly counterintuitive. You would expect that in both of those categories to see higher average usage. There's one small wrinkle in the story in that we do know that some people with home care packages are using CHSP services in these categories. So, for example, there's about 3,500 people who have a home care package who are using CHSP nursing, but I don't know that would change the conclusion that you'd arrive at, which is this does appear to be something that needs to be addressed in the policy reform agenda, because you would be expecting that those sort of intensive, more clinically based services would be directed more to people with higher acuity than people with lower acuity.
And to return to the point you made right at the start, I didn't actually suggest this wording to you, but you described CHSP as what you in the department regard as entry-level services.
Yep.
That's so, isn't it? So it's not just counterintuitive, is it, Dr. Hartland? It's actually deeply concerning to return to a word you used, to use that word concerning or it is of concern, because of at least two implications that arise, and I'll just suggest them to you, and I'll ask Mr. Lai or yourself, Dr. Hartland, to respond. One suggestion or one implication I suggest is that the home care package program is failing to provide services tailored to the needs of, that is the assessed needs of the people in the program. For some reason, it is failing. The next implication is that as a result of that, possibly, and also as a result, very likely, of the waiting list for people to receive assignment of packages post-assessment, particularly at the higher levels of need in the home care package program, there is a burden placed on the CHSP program that it is not designed to carry. And the result of that, one of the witnesses yesterday, I think it might have been, on Monday, might have been Mr. Corley, spoke of the very phenomenon that you just referred to, Dr. Hartland, the tendency of people to obtain from the CHSP services of a reasonably complex nature because they can't obtain them through HCP. Now, I think you mentioned a figure relating to people who actually hold an HCP entitlement of some kind and are using CHSP, but I'd suggest that there must be large numbers of people who'd be probably more appropriately assessed for higher level, more complex, individualised care plans under home care package, but they're using CHSP instead, placing a burden on CHSP. What do you say to those two suggested implications?
Look, I mean, I think you're going to an area of the two programs that do need reform, and those sort of overlaps are one of the reasons that you would want to have a more integrated view of home care. You can tell from the way I started my answer that I don't accept all of the propositions. I don't know that I characterise that the home care package is failing as a program. It does have some benefits, and the flexibility, choice, and innovation that it's driving is helpful. But I think as going forward, we would want to see a greater line of sight between assessed need and service outcomes, and you would probably want to see in that more people accessing allied health and nursing. The proposition about not being able to obtain, say, allied health through CHSP.
No, sorry, that wasn't the proposition. Sorry, the proposition was that CHSP was having a burden placed on it that it wasn't designed to carry to fill.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
To in effect fill a gap created by the defects in the home care package program. This assessed need issue and the waiting list being the two main points.
So, CHSP is a very flexible program, and we do see it as an entry-level program, but it has always had in it fairly high needs customers. So at the moment, the top 10% of CHSP are getting packages that are very close to home care level packages. And that's been within the program for a long time, and it's not simply a result of the way home care works. But so I don't know that it's a burden it's not designed to address. I wouldn't quite put it that way, but it is, the pattern of investment and doesn't look efficient, if you like. That would be close to how I describe it. And I think we do need to reform so that, you have a better control over the areas where it overlaps. One aspect of that, which I think I've speculated on before, certainly publicly and probably in front of you, is that we do see incentives for people with higher levels of income not to take lower level home care package places and to remain on CHSP. So there are some distortions that we can see in the system at the moment that ought to be addressed. So I wouldn't quite go so as far as to say to use language of burden on CHSP and a failure of home care packages, but we would certainly accept the proposition that what you want to get out of reform is great certainty that people with an assessed need for allied health are getting it in the most efficient way possible, and a better understanding to make sure that resources are allocated to people with the right level of need.
It's just to add to Dr. Hartland's, I mean, it's an artefact of having 3 distinct programs and not an overriding logic and a continuum of care. And so you certainly have in CHSP it trying to do more than what we would see in the future as doing. We would see that being the next portion of the continuum, which is now currently occupied by home care. And then there's no doubt, while the hours of service you can see them increase across the levels of packages, it wouldn't seem to us to be sharp enough, certainly in the nursing care, to meet somebody who's, on the continuum, abutting kind of residential care status. So it is an artefact of the history of separate program lines, and hence the reason for needing reform.
Thank you, Mr. Lai. Dr. Hartland, we'll go back to the spreadsheet in a moment, please, operator. You can load that again. Dr. Hartland, can I just ask you about two points of detail? One is that I'm correct in my understanding that a CHSP grant agreement has an activity limit, doesn't it? So there are caps on what can be provided under a CHSP agreement. And we've heard evidence from Mr. Corley that there are instances in which those caps are reached. Is that not so? Is my understanding
the binding cap, yes, that's right. So we would fund providers for a range of service lines. This is an area where we've wanted to, so there's a binding cap about how much we give them per annum, right? Yep. So if a provider has more activity than they can afford, naturally they won't want to go into debt for it.
So that's the first point. The second point is, you mentioned the need to understand those data that Stuart Brown's analysed so that you can look carefully at why it is, as it seems, that assessed needs for nursing and allied care aren't being provided under even the higher levels of home care package. Have you started that process? Is that analysis being done?
Sorry, I just might need to ask you, I just did want to add some other point to the point about caps. For a provider, we have moved to...
It's all right, Dr. Hartland. I haven't... I don't want to spend any more time on it. We're very short on time. It was just a simple point about whether there's a cap. Now, is the analysis occurring or that you indicated would be worthwhile and necessary as a result of those data?
Well, we've commissioned Health Consult to do some work on what our future system should look like and how you would best fund home care to produce a greater line of sight between assessed need, funding provided and services. And as part of their considerations, one of the things that they've come up with, that they're proposing, at least in draft at this stage, is that you would fund allied health separately to other bundled services to make sure that it was delivered.
All right. Okay, thank you. And when do you think that piece of work will be completed? Health Consult's report on that analysis.
So we've provided to the Commission already the first stage of their work, which outlines a broad preferred model, and we've commissioned them to a second stage, which is to go and develop the a schema for funding episodes of care and other care that doesn't need to be funded on an episode basis. We're expecting work to come in on that around about February next year. So it's a fairly major bit of work to kind of consider and produce the funding categories that would be used to control expenditure in a reformed home care program.
Thank you. Mr. Lai, next question's for you, unless you need to defer on operational detail to your officers. If we hand back a little, please, operator. And operator, do you have the preloaded version of this sheet, which shows a number of rows which correspond to what we at the Royal Commission amongst the staff have described as the care at home service categories. Mr. Lai, you'll be familiar with the document we provided to you, and in proposition HC2, we have a proposal for a number of categories to be grant funded and certain service lines described as care at home to be package funded, predominantly subject to the need for commissioning where there might be inadequate supply of such services in outlying areas or for diverse needs groups. These highlighted rows are essentially the rows which correspond to the service categories that would be package funded under proposal HC2. There's a question in my mind about row 53, which is called assistance with care and housing. I'm not certain whether that would come within care at home to be package funded under our proposal or not, but the others, allied health and therapy services, domestic assistance, home maintenance, nursing and personal care, would fall within a package funding individual assessment model. Well, the individual assessment applies to all of the forms of services, one assessment, but the assessment in the case of these kinds of services would generate a plan and a budget. There are many thousands of people receiving these services under CHP at present. I was interested in what you said a minute ago to the Royal Commissioners about the need for, in effect, a unifying set of principles for an integrated program. To what extent is our proposition HC2 consistent with any thinking that you've done within the department for the integration of the program? To what extent do you think it's workable? To what extent do you think it needs to be changed? And in particular, how are we to surmount the challenge of moving these many thousands of people into a package-funded delivery mode, if you consider that mode of delivery to be appropriate? I'll hand over to you. That's a broad set of questions about how to integrate these programs.
So, I mean, the first point would be that we probably broadly share the Commission's propositions. So I think that's sound with the various categories that you have there, and that they might form the basis of a unified offer to people living at home. The issue around how we get from where we are now to this world, I mean, obviously there's a few different issues besides the need to grow out the current offering, and so you will observe that government has made commitments in the home care space to try and grow the number of packages available, because it's obviously the waiting list attests to the fact that there's insufficient currently to meet demand, and so there's been a progressive growth in packages, and I think that's we would expect that over the next for the course of the next year that will continue. So that's one step that we need to take. We need to have additional funding and additional home care packages to continue to be released. In terms of integration, I think clearly the ability to have a personalised package for an individual with line items and potentially with some ability to control expenditure on certain ones. So certain things where you might want to give some discretion to an individual to control expenditure, and others where you might be slightly more rigorous about that. But so to get to that world, I think this work that Dr. Hartland's referred to that we're currently undertaking is really, really important. We've got underpinning IT systems, and we've also got to think about how you take people through a process of assessment. So how do you do that? If you have a demand-driven system, essentially a demand-driven system that sits across all of in-home care, then you need to be able to make quite a rigorous assessment for those who have more complex needs. That needs to be because it's going to drive significant expenditure. It needs to be to some degree independent, or be able to discriminate between different individuals' needs. And it also needs to be fair in terms of being able to provide a predictable and equitable outcome across a range of people in the population. And certainly that's been an experience in the NDIS world, where it's fundamental to the reputation of the scheme. So there is a bit of work in terms of how we get from where we are now. I think one of the things that obviously we have concentrated on, and the government has concentrated on, is trying to lift the level of provision, even in the current dual framework, to meet demand in the community, which is obviously there.
Thank you. Look, I'll just take three aspects of that in turn. Firstly, the level of provision. It's true that there has been an increase in the amount of packages in operation, that is assigned and being used over the last 3 or so years. And that's been quite a rapid escalation, hasn't it?
That's correct.
Yep. And in a notice that we asked you to respond to back in March, this is Exhibit 17-1, at tab 29 of that exhibit in another hearing, there was some information provided about the effect of announcements made by the government of the release of new home care packages. And there've been a series of such announcements during the currency of this Royal Commission at reasonably regular intervals. And acting on a recent announcement of the government, in total, it said there's been 50,000 new packages released in effect over that period. This notice, I'll ask the operator to bring it up, please, 17-1. CTH 1000.0004.0739 in the list of additional documents for the hearing. Thank you. Thank you. And Mr. Lai, do you recall this notice and this response?
I'm just trying to, sorry, Councillor, it's difficult to read at our end.
Yeah, this was a notice seeking information about the effect of announcements since the 2018-19 budget.
Right.
For the increase in releases of home care packages since the 2018-19 budget, over and above what was provisioned for in that budget and the forward estimate model associated with that budget.
Yes.
Do you remember? Yep. Thank you. And on pages 4 and 5, in respect of each of the successive announcements, April 2019, December 2019, there's a comparison of the effect of those announcements on packages released by comparison with the forward estimate model for the 2018-19 budget. Now, I just want to leap to the punchline, essentially. What is the effect of the announcements that have been made about the release of packages is that while releases have been brought forward out of the years in the forward estimate model in which they were forecast to be released, there isn't actually any material change to the overall number of packages that were forecast to be released in the forward estimate model for the 2018-19 budget. And the simplest way to demonstrate that is to go to table 5 at the foot of page 0743. Maybe, if operator, can you pull out that table, make it larger so that Mr. Lai can see it. Do you see there, in 2024, the total number of home care packages which were forecast after all of the announcements to be in operation, is 162,887 packages, and 41,983 of those are level 4 packages, and so on. Now, that is, if we go back to the 2018-19 budget forward estimate model table, which is at the top of page 4, the figures are almost identical. Those two figures for 2024. The bottom line figure is almost the same. There's only about 300 extra packages overall that have been added to the total, and the number of level 4 packages that were originally forecast in the 2018-9 budget forward estimate model was identical. 41,983 packages were provisioned for and were forecast to be available in 2024 in that original forward estimate model, and the position's unchanged after the announcements. Have I read that right? Is effectively all of these announcements of new packages are that there's been the bringing forward of packages out of forward estimates, but there's no change to the overall aggregate number that are forecast to be in operation in 2024?
So the budget measures have been constructed in such a way that what the government's decided to do is so if you took 18, I'll find a good example, but say you took $10,000 packages in the 1920 MyEFO, what effectively it's decided to do is it wants that in that year the number to be 10,000 higher than it would have been. It hasn't made a decision at this point to change the way in which the longer term estimates model works, which is by a ratio of packages to the over 70s population. And one of the reasons for that, not to make that decision at this point, is that that ratio until 21-22 is still increasing to 45. And so, yes, it's broadly right, Senator, that the government hasn't changed as a result of those announcements the underlying growth rate of the package of the system. But, the packages do come into the system, people get into the packages, and so it is a material increase into the home care system in the years that the measure operates.
So, Dr. Hartland, and thank you for appointing me a senator, but pass over that.
Have I promoted you or demoted you?
Dr. Hartland, can I just interpret what you said? What I said is a correct interpretation. The forward estimate model hasn't been adjusted to make any promises about 2024 actually having a higher gross amount of packages in circulation in that year. What's really happened here is that the packages have been released earlier than forecast and no other decisions have yet been taken. Correct?
Yeah, I think the issue there is yet, but yeah, you're correct.
Thank you. Now, taking your second point, Mr. Lai, that very important point about the assessment capability that would be needed for an ambitious integration of these programs, catering for so many more hundreds of thousands of people, to be given an assessment which can generate an individualised budget for them. Has the department done any modelling of the escalation in assessment capacity that'll be needed, and how long it might take to build that capacity and how much it might cost?
We have done some thinking in the space, but that is not concluded, and we are conscious of the I mean, if you compare it to the NDIS, for example, you've got a much larger volume potentially at the outset, and you also have a much higher degree of potential change in circumstance. And so that will generate a lot of activity of a scale that's in higher order than we think than what was the case for the NDIS. And so we have started to examine that as an issue.
All right.
Dr. Hart, you might add to that?
We do 250,000 assessments per year in the ACAT system and about 186 in the RAS system. The timeliness to assessment, so that we do a lot of assessments each year, and the timeliness to assessment, there are some areas where the providers don't quite meet their timelines upon occasion, but we don't yet see people not getting assessed who need to be assessed. I think the policy issue, as Mr. Lai says about assessment, is in a new reform system, you'd probably want to do it in a slightly different way to how we do it at the moment. That will be a transformation task for the RASs and ACAT. Oh, sorry, it's 186,000 in the ACAT and 250,000 odd in the RAS system. So I think the hard work and assessment is going to be changing the way you do it so that it adapts to the new system that the Royal Commission is proposing. There will be a volume constraint with population that would obviously have to be considered, but the first order issue is actually how do you do it?
And are we on the right track in proposing that it be a scalable, flexible form of assessment? So if somebody comes in, they in effect, hopefully with the help of somebody who might be called a care finder, they'll understand how to navigate the assessment process, and that person might assist them to make connections with approved providers in their neighbourhood, even while the assessment process is taking place. And the assessment process need not be elaborate if their needs are not great, but maybe comprehensive if needed. Is that in tune with your ideas?
Yeah, we strongly support those proposals.
Yes, but the only proviso is that if you're forming a relationship with an individual whose needs are dynamic, that the trick will be to identify the person who might benefit from a more comprehensive assessment up front, but that might not be so. But they might fit the bill of being someone who looks simpler to assess at the front end. I think you don't want to subject people to multiple gates, and so I think there's a trick to that. But we do agree with the way you're going.
With a carefully constructed assessment framework, good principles, very well trained people who can in effect triage cases very effectively and work out when a scaled assessment is needed. That should work, shouldn't it? Are those things achievable?
Yes. Yes. We think so.
Yeah.
Now, the next capability issue is the providers. You'll see in our proposals that we're, as you said, Mr. Lai, proposing to move eventually when the capabilities are sufficient, and doing so would not run undue risks of creating distortions. We want to move this system to a demand-driven, uncapped system. Also, we want to raise the level of maximum home care package available to, in effect, parity with the care component of the funding the person would be assessed to receive in residential care, which is on all fours with what is done in the Netherlands, as we heard earlier in the week, and which in principle would enable people to stay longer at home and to exercise their preference to do that as long as it was safe for them to do so. What is the department's view of that element of the proposal?
We're broadly supportive of that approach. I think we shouldn't underestimate the task of reform in the aged care sector, and that to the extent that arrangements are changed for them, like what happened in disability service provision, that there's a time there that they would need to go through, I think, understanding the new system and adjusting their service model because it's potentially a radical shift for them. And I think they struggled with that. The disability sector struggled with that under the NDIS, and I think the aged care sector would take time to adjust.
Are you referring there to matters such as those covered by Mr. Tune in his review late last year about resourcing difficulties, blockages and time lost and delays in support planning and in local area coordination services?
Look, I think those are material issues, but I think more there's a business model that operates in both sectors that's been relatively constant, and I think that people have a certain allocation of costs and practices, and I think that for some of those organisations, the kind of shift that might be required to be more responsive to consumers, to think about their business model, to be more efficient, and so that the greater benefit of the packages go to the consumer and aren't, necessarily going back in terms of administrative costs. I think all those things require pretty sophisticated organisations, and there's a very mixed field. There are certainly some very sophisticated organisations in the aged care sector, but there's also potentially a tail of services who are probably smaller and less able to adapt quickly. And that's certainly in the NDIS that resulted in some level of concern, and I think you'd be concerned about service continuity in some instances.
Look, I want to take this point further about the points you're referring to in a reasonably abstract way concerning the abilities or capabilities or business models of providers. Can I put I think it's the same point, can I put it in slightly different language? There's a real concern about the capability of providers to cover the full spectrum of needs in an appropriate manner. And there's very little knowledge about where there is a sufficient supply of capable providers and where there isn't at present. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, to a point, yeah.
In our proposition HC6F, we're calling for, in effect, what you might call a market evaluation, or perhaps more accurately, a system evaluation, to understand where the capable providers are available in some depth and where they're very scarce and where they don't exist, and you've got area coverage problems or service coverage problems. And the purpose of that is to understand where it is going to be necessary for the government in some form to intervene to supplement what might otherwise be termed reliance on free market forces, to make sure there is a sufficient service offering for people under this new program. Do you agree with that step? And do you agree that it will be necessary for government to take those sort of steps, interventions, to supplement places where there are thin markets?
Absolutely, and I think we're not starting from zero here. That there's a considerable amount of work done in the disability space. We have our own sense of this through where we provide services, for example, to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities, and our knowledge, our current knowledge, would correlate reasonably closely with what has been the work that's been done in the disability sector, and so I think that task in terms of analysis of the market and looking at thin markets, and then indeed looking at what type of levers you might use to respond to thin markets. That there's some good work that's been done there that we would build on, and we would look. I think we need to look at it as a care sector rather than an aged care sector or a disability sector. I think we need to kind of look at that broader market or provision of services because obviously what we do in this space materially affects what happens in that other space, And a thin market, when you look at it by one part of the care sector, is not necessarily a thin market when you look at the care sector in total. And so, which is why one of the things I think we need to be kind of cognizant of, and I think the Commission obviously is to what degree there's some harmonisation in the way we approach things between those different areas to leverage that really and to mitigate the risk of thin markets.
The Commissioners have heard evidence of the need for a quite local, regional focus to try to understand these issues. And I candidly want to raise with you, Mr. Lai, a concern that I have that the way that department is currently operating and perhaps the way it is structured, it doesn't seem able to bring to bear the sort of regional, local focus that would be needed to understand conditions on the ground in order to decide what interventions might be necessary to supplement service deficiencies. What do you say to that concern?
Well, if by that you mean, do we have people in every community ourselves as an organisation to have that local knowledge? I think no, we don't. We are largely capital city based, our regional offices. I would say to you that they have a great deal of knowledge of local providers. They are quite aware of local service provision, but you're to the extent that your comment is about our presence in those local communities, I think that's a fair one. And to the extent that you would say that a reformed aged care system needs to have, people who eyes and ears on the ground or an understanding of local circumstances, clearly our partners in Government and Services Australia or the NDIA, to a greater or lesser extent, or through LA local area coordinators, have tried to achieve that. And so I think all of those things do help in terms of understanding a small area or a remote community or the like, in terms of understanding how you need to sort of think about service provision. So one of the levers that's used in a thin market might be to aggregate individual packages of people together and bring in an allied health worker because you know that you've got 8 or 10 people, and so it's actually feasible to secure somebody, and that does take a level of local knowledge to be able to do that at a community level. And so structurally, that's not within the Department of Health at the current time to do that kind of a thing.
Yeah. All right. Have you got any plans to be able to generate that kind of capability at the local level?
Look, I think that in my mind, the whether you have a greater local presence in discrete or smaller communities across the country comes back to how you want to achieve your front door and your wayfinding through a reformed aged care system, and whether that's best done in a model where the Australian government uses an entity like Services Australia as that touch point in a local community, whether it's done via a distributed with to the non-government sector or to a third party, like is done in the NDIA, in the NDIS, where you have a combination of shop fronts for NDIA, but also local area coordinators in local communities, or whether indeed you say it's a function that sits within the Department of State, like Department of Health, I think. But you don't want people who are using the system to be confused by having a plethora of actors who they engage with and not understanding who's responsible for what. So I think it's tied to that task.
Mr. Lai, just touching on a point you made a little earlier about the business models adopted by providers and whether they are at the point where they're, my words, flexible enough to meet the challenges of a highly individualised, marketised, package-driven program. Can I raise with you an issue that's been a recurring theme in this hearing, and that is the use of brokerage arrangements, but in particular, arrangements where the care recipient herself or himself is empowered, usually under a process to which the host home care provider has given some form of consent, to use a platform such as Mabel to obtain, by direct engagement, a care worker of their choice. Now, I'll just ask the operator to display section 96(4) of the Act. That's a provision you'd be well familiar with, Mr. Lowe, I'm sure. It doesn't appear to encompass situations where a care recipient directly engages a care worker, but it's the provision which in effect links up the responsibility of an approved provider for ensuring quality and safety of services with subcontracting arrangements where a approved provider subcontracts a service provider to provide services that constitute some of the care that the approved provider is responsible for. It, in effect, deems the care provided on behalf of the approved provider under an arrangement, such as a subcontracting arrangement, to be care provided by that approved provider. You familiar with that provision?
Yes.
It doesn't seem to apply where there's a direct engagement by the care recipient. Would you agree with that?
Well, I defer to Ms. Laffin on that. I think we think that it does.
Right. I think the distinction here is that that there is a relationship between the home care provider and the person that the care recipient chooses. So there needs to be some sort of relationship, because in fact the home care provider holds the funds and they would be providing those funds to the subcontractor.
Well, they may be providing them to the, well, when you say subcontractor, I'm talking about direct independent contracting, directly engaged independent contracting. So
but where's that
we heard
Commonwealth Fund? Sorry.
Yeah, so I'll just give you a summary of what the Royal Commission has heard on Monday. Mr. Scutt said, in his view, his platform just facilitates a communication whereby the care recipient engages the care worker as an independent contractor. Now, there's some visibility on the part of the approved provider hosting the package as to when that worker is attending the home of the care recipient and certain other things. But the approved provider hosting the home care package is not directing the worker in any way, has not appointed the worker in any way, is not subcontracting the worker. And at best, all that can be said is there may be an opportunity for the approved provider's care manager to communicate with that worker, but that's about the limit of it. Now, in that situation, isn't it a very it's very unclear, to say the least, that this provision would deem the services provided by that worker to be services provided on behalf of the approved provider?
I don't believe so, no.
You think it's clear?
I do.
And you think it does deem the services provided by the independent contractor to be services provided by the approved provider?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes, it is.
Can I ask a question?
Yes,
Has that been tested in law?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you. Thanks, Council.
Okay, well, Ms. Laffin, I just suggest this to you because I'll be making a submission about it in due course. An independent contractor engaged directly by the care recipient is not subject to the direction and control of the approved provider. And that creates a real difficulty if you are right about this provision, deeming the activities of the independent contractor to, in effect, be care provided on behalf of the approved provider. Why? Because it separates responsibility for quality and safety with the ability to direct and control the care that's provided. I don't know if you care to make any response.
While I agree that there's some separation, there also is the connection of payment. So to access the Commonwealth funds, that person selected by the care recipient would need to get those funds from the home care provider. All right. Now, so are you suggesting if we go to section 21A of the user rights principles, which is the creating of the budget and the plan in the itemised budget for provision of care in partnership between the care provider, between the approved provider and the care recipient in a home care package context. Operator, if you could please bring up section 21A. Are you suggesting that the ability to, in effect, stop payments should be used by an approved provider if the approved provider doesn't consider that the independent contractor is appropriate? Is that your interpretation of this provision? It goes over the page as well. So, sorry, my interpretation of that provision is that the approved provider would need to provide an individualised budget, and as part of that budget, they would need to have, I suggest, a line item on that that worker that the care recipient had self-selected. And sorry, Ms. Laffin, what does that actually mean? A line item in the budget that the care recipient had self-selected, meaning they were taking responsibility for the outcome of that care. Is that what you're saying? No, I'm talking about the budget. There would be a line item in the budget that says that that particular care was provided by a particular person, but it would all come under that budget that's issued by the approved provider. Yes, all right. You're saying, are you, that the approved provider has to retain the ability to manage the care at some level? It can't ever really be totally self-managed care. Is that what you're saying? Correct. Yep. So I take it you agree with our proposition HC3, which is a proposal for consumer-directed care to be shifted in the direction of shared management rather than allowing self-management. Is that a fair summary?
Council, I'm not sure what the. I mean, I think that the idea behind platform-based services, and there are very, very different models out there, but the idea that a consumer can choose an individual carer, which is what the attraction at face value, I think, is for them, to have some level of ability to select an individual, distinct individual to be there to perform some level of care for them. I think that's a really good thing for the system, but clearly the responsibility around those platform providers, we need to make sure that there are safeguards there into the future. And so, you know, I would envisage a world where an existing provider like Anglicare or a Blue Cross, or who provide services in the future, offering people the choice of a carer that's explicit, like what an existing platform-based service do, to try and accommodate somebody's desire to choose who they interact with. And so I think that's a really important form of consumer choice. And obviously we do agree with your proposition around consumer-directed care. I guess that the bit about the shared thing, I think, needs to be, in our minds, we're not 100% sure what the Commission has in mind in terms of shared management, whether it's that there's an individual provider at the end of the day who bears responsibility for the relationship with the individual via a case coordinator or because the person's only interacting with the one service or not. I think that probably, we're not quite sure what shared management exactly means.
Well, I'll take that this way, and I think this will have to be our last question. If we go to proposition HC7, that might be an appropriate entry point. What we're proposing is that a very strong duty be placed on approved provider, on all approved providers providing or obtaining care. When I say obtaining care, they might be providing the care directly, or they might be arranging for the care to be provided in some manner. And as Ms. Laffen's just said, there's an argument that even facilitating through the dispensing of payments from the package, even facilitating the use of direct engagement over a platform might be regarded as, in effect, obtaining care in an indirect way. Now, our proposal is that extending to home care providers, they must be bound by a duty to ensure that the aged care they provide or obtain in any other way is of high quality and safe so far as is reasonably practical, and having regard to the matters that are mentioned there. It's part of our thinking that this places a strong duty on a home care provider, akin to, if you like, a common law duty to have regard to what might be the foreseeable risks of the modes of care obtained. And under this statutory duty, the approved provider will be held accountable for any failures, including failures on the part of directly engaged workers, if the approved provider has in effect allowed the client to make use of platforms of that kind. Now, that might operate as an appropriate incentive-based mechanism of the most acute kind to keep the approved provider on its toes in considering whether it's appropriate that the client, under the budget and care planning process, be in effect at liberty to obtain their own care workers directly over a platform such as Mable and the other platforms that are available. Now that's a long explanation. What's your response to that? Do you see that as workable?
I would say definitely that that we support that proposition. What I would say is that through the provision that we just discussed and through the aged care standards, those requirements already exist. So the standards require that care is planned and delivered in line with the needs, goals and preferences of the consumer. And those standards are assessed with regard to the nature and scope of the services.
Ms. Laffin, I suggest it would help. It might be in tune with what you say the operation of the Act already is, but it would help to have an express general duty of this kind, would it not?
It would certainly make it clearer, yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Gray. Commissioner Briggs?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Lyon, Ms. Laffin and Dr. Hartland, thank you again for helping us in thinking through these issues. It really is very important to be able to have the debate and the discussion in this kind of interactive and real-time way. It certainly helps us clarify our thinking, and we're really grateful to the fact that you've been available to us and participated so freely. So thank you, all three of you, and I formally excuse you from further attendance.
Commissioner,
Mr. Gray,
might I ask for a brief adjournment
in the order of 20 minutes until 3:15, at which time I'll make some very brief closing remarks. Now, they won't be closing submissions.
No, all right.
Simply some remarks to rule a line under this phase of the inquiry.
We'll adjourn until 3:20.
The Royal Commission is adjourned until 3:20 p.m. The Royal Commission is now in session.
Yes, Mr. Bay.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm going to make some very brief closing remarks in a minute, but before I do so, might I mention that there are 6 documents that we would like to add to the general tender bundle tendered on Monday. 2 of them are at the instigation of the Commonwealth. A number of the others are documents that were referred to in NTG responses, and one of them is a document which relates to the analysis of CHSP data. I seek that leave. It's tabs 94 to 99.
All right. I'll be added to the tender bundle.
Thank you. The remarks I wish to make by way of bringing this hearing on home and community care to a conclusion are not to be regarded as closing submissions, inviting firm conclusions about any of the evidence that you've heard over the last 3 days. They are simply observations about certain of the matters that arose on the evidence related to the themes that I opened on Monday morning. Thank you. The important point that I should mention at the outset is that you've just made a direction in chambers that any submissions made on any of the matters traversed during the hearing are invited and are to be submitted by the 11th of September at 5 p.m.
In power.
And those directions will be made available on the Royal Commission's website. Submissions that are received pursuant to that direction that you've made will, subject to your discretion, be published on the Royal Commission's website as well. The hearing began with direct experience evidence, and we heard from the Foremans, from Rosemary Milkins the next day, and also from, of course, Eileen Kramer. And I just want to mention something that Rosemary Milkins said. It struck me at the time. It was a very powerful articulation of the challenge that is presented to us. Ms. Milkins said of the home care system that it should be brave, it should be innovative. It should actually fix some of the issues that people constantly talk about rather than pointing at others. It clearly is the lost land, and that really is an indictment of our values. It needs, above all, stronger leadership. How do we work together to make this something so fabulous that we're a leading exemplar, where we are proud of how we treat our old people instead of being, to some extent, vaguely ashamed? Now, in that passage and in certain other things that Ms. Milkins said, there was a theme of a lack of guidance as to the governance and management of the system. That is something to which we'll return in a hearing that commences on the 14th of September. It is a matter of the utmost importance when one considers the magnitude of the reform task that lies ahead. On Monday, I outlined 5 themes to be explored during this hearing. I'll say something about 4 of them and some of the evidence that you heard that relates to 4 of those themes in the course of the next 10 minutes or so. The first theme, you'll recall, was how best to respect the preferences and choices and boost control and enable independence of the people who are seeking support and care in their own homes, to sustain them to live independently for as long as possible and to improve their quality of life. Commissioner Robert Fitzgerald told you, Commissioners, that this is in fact an aspect of safeguarding. It's an aspect of doing our best to ensure the quality and safety of the services those people receive, but also to safeguard their interests in a broader way, to make sure that they're kept safe as best as possible from forms of neglect, abuse and exploitation. Ensuring that the voices of the people seeking these supports are heard is in fact
a key step towards safeguarding them. And you remember he told you that the reality is that as we get older, it's not only that we become invisible, but our voice becomes unheard. And in a safeguarding regime, it's critical that the voice of the individual is heard and their preferences are acknowledged. And he went on to make the point that this is not just giving lip service to the principle of person-centred care and putting the person at the centre of a service delivery system, making sure they're an active participant in it. Now, this was a recurring theme, and there was a recurring tension throughout the hearing on the matter of autonomy, preference, respecting choice on the one hand, and on the other, ensuring proper accountability for the expenditure of public funds, ensuring quality and safety, and looking after the needs of people who might have quite complex conditions which would benefit from closely supervised, team-based provision of care in a reasonably closely managed form. Professor Jos Scholes on Monday afternoon told you that in the Netherlands, a lot of efforts have been made to improve the concept of shared decision-making. And that's possible because the care is regulated by care plans, and it's in the formulation of the care plan that autonomy is given an appropriate rein, balanced with the complexity of the needs of the person concerned. You also heard, of course, from the panel this morning, which had a strong emphasis on individual preference. And you also heard some of the panellists from this afternoon, including, if I'm remembering correctly, Mr. Lai speaking of the importance of flexibility in the approach to be taken to sharing the responsibility for care planning and care management. Second theme is how best to transition to that integrated program, which everybody agrees is the sensible thing, but nobody can tell us exactly how to attain. How best to transition to arrangements that are easy to use for the user, as efficient as possible so that there's proper accountability for the use of public funds, and that deliver care that meet assessed needs and are guided to the extent possible by those principles of autonomy. Professor Scholes told you about the efforts in Netherlands since 2015 to reduce the rate of institutionalisation, the rate of provision of care in residential care homes, and to increase in relative terms, the resourcing of home support and home care. And he made some points that are going to be very instructive and are going to be taken on board by staff assisting you in connection with the material you'll hear in mid-September relating to funding and financing arrangements. And he also made the point that when you decrease the number of people in, as he called them, institutes or institutions, of course, you have to take care of the fact that you're empowering informal care at home and also formal care at home. The system, these are my words, the system needs to recalibrate to be able to ensure that with the more complex needs being catered for in a home environment, the capabilities are there and the framework is there to ensure that that's done safely and appropriately. What is the provider capability situation? We know astonishingly little about provider capability and unevenness of provision of service from region to region. I asked Mr. Lai about that. He said, well, we're not starting from zero because we have some information that's been obtained in the disability context, and it's true that the NDIA or those assisting them under the NDIS framework have been investigating issues such as where are the thin markets in disability services. But we are proposing in our proposition HC6F to begin with an evaluation of the capability of providers, an identification of where supply is inadequate, services are inadequate, and to build capability from there, enabling an active entity with system management functions to proactively identify those problems and supplement free market supply wherever necessary, including by commissioning specific providers to fill gaps and to round out the service offerings. That's going to require a lot more capability than the department currently has. And we're going to have to consider what is the appropriate way in which that sort of capability can be built. And I asked Mr. Lai, does the Department of Health have that capability? He said at present it doesn't. And we need obviously to take that up when we turn in September to funding arrangements and to examine that question in more detail. The question of the arrangements to which the system should transition, I think it's fair to say there's been a reasonable amount of consensus amongst the views expressed by most witnesses in the hearing to the effect that in principle the arrangements proposed in the document that we provided witnesses, which is reproduced at 59, tab 59 of the tender bundle, and the propositions at tab 1, HC2, are a worthy set of arrangements to aspire to, but some significant questions have been raised about how long it will take to transition to them and the capabilities that will need to be built along the way. Mr. Cooley of Community Options, while I think I'm being fair to him in saying he generally expressed those sort of sentiments about HC2, said that he was very concerned that without a safety net of effectively service provider of last resort arrangements, that there could be very poor outcomes for people who might be waiting for a package, might be waiting for an assessment and have no services to turn to if grant-funded home care arrangements are done away with altogether. So he was making a plea for the Royal Commission's recommendations to include a safety net of grant-funded services to pick up those people who fall through the gaps throughout the country, and for the package delivery based model for home in the care to be built over the top of that safety net. Mr. St. George from Vitality Club was a strong supporter of the administrative flexibility of CHSP style arrangements, and he was concerned about the scale of the task of converting, in effect, the care arrangements for the many, many thousands of people who receive CHSP services to individualised package delivery. He didn't say that it was wrong in principle to aspire to that, but he did sound a note of caution. And he also said that he believes there's a far greater level of unknown need, that demand is very difficult to estimate. Assessment, you heard a lot about assessment. One of the consensus points, Ms. Emerson, Mr. Lai, was that the assessment process, as well as being scaled up, will have to be very flexible so that resources aren't wasted on people who have quite low-level needs and really don't need an interdisciplinary team to assess them, but at the same time, that there's some way of identifying when a person has an underlying need that they might not themselves understand. The assessment process, in other words, is going to need to be carefully constructed and guided and very well resourced. The NDIS has suffered from delays in assessments and support planning, and this endeavour is, in fact, in terms of the numbers of people served, an even more ambitious project. We don't want to be repeating the mistakes of the past. You heard about the importance of retaining grant-funded arrangements for some categories of services, and Ms Sharon Brower of Meals on Wheels South Australia was eloquent about the advantages of grant funding for services of the kind that she is responsible for. She also made the connection between those nutritional needs being met by Meals on Wheels and social support and connectivity with local communities. And she was a strong supporter of the proposition in HC2 that social supports inclusive of meals, transport and the like, that they should be bundled together and treated as a grant-funded category. She made a number of points about the advantages of doing so and retaining those important services as grant-funded services. The third theme was building the capacity, the capability of providers and the workforce to provide the services that will be needed across this ambitious broad spectrum suite of services for home and community supported care. Ms Timmins of Higher Up emphasised the importance of investing in learning and development. As you've heard in the workforce hearing, and it's equally true in home and community care as it is in residential care, it's critical that careers in aged care be attractive and that the support in the form of training and career development and the offer of a career progression to higher levels of position are available. These are things that evidently led Higher Up to adopt an employment model for its online platform, which operates as an information exchange linking care recipients with care workers. It has not persuaded Mabel to adopt an employment model, but it does raise an interesting issue in microcosm about what is the predominantly appropriate model for the provision of, for the engagement of the workforce who are to provide these services. Now, I don't believe there's a uniform one-size-fits-all answer. I'm not going to make a submission now to you that there is. However, you heard very persuasive evidence from a number of labour experts who are coming at the problem from different perspectives, from the highly technically legal perspectives of Professor Stewart through the economic perspective of Dr. Stanford, and the well-informed multifactorial perspective of Dr. McDonald, that there are a number of advantages to a predominantly direct employment model. That's not to say, as Professor Stewart put it, that there might not be exceptions. It might be that there could be a general rule, as Professor Stewart put it, to the effect that predominantly a home care provider should employ its workforce with appropriate just exceptions in relation to specialists with particular qualifications. One thinks of physios. You should be able to subcontract a physio in to supplement a suite of services that a home care provider is supplying, and perhaps certain domestic assistance services But as he put it, you could construct a general rule of direct employment and then you could have exceptions. Dr. McDonald and Dr. Stanford made the argument for a connection between quality and safety outcomes and the stability, workforce support, workforce attention and attraction and retention, workforce supervision and direction that come with a direct employment model. And they made a connection through those matters between direct employment and good quality and safety outcomes. You heard a different emphasis being placed by Dr. Larrigi, and to some extent perhaps by others, to the effect that it's much more important to focus on the outcomes that can accrue to the benefit of at least some people when they have the spending decisions and the care management role placed in their own hands, so that they are in effect fully empowered to self-manage their own care and to make their own arrangements as to who comes into their home at the times of their choosing. This is a very interesting tension that runs through the evidence. The answer may well be, as was explored with some panellists today, that it may be possible to impose sufficient responsibilities on an approved provider for it to be incentivised to have regard to the risks of self-management for the individual concerned, to balance them with the preferences of the individual, and for the provider to have that responsibility underpinned by its general duty to ensure high quality and safe care. Commissioners, in our proposition 6B, we raised the possibility of regulation of platforms by which clients, that is care recipients, can directly engage care workers of their choosing. It may be that we need to explore the possibility of extending the general duty, which is postulated in HC7, to platforms of that kind. Now, if a platform wishes to make a submission in response to that proposition, they're at liberty to do so in the submissions that are invited to be lodged by the 11th of September. A duty of that kind might, for example, enjoin a platform that is facilitating the supply of independent contracted personal care labour to recipients of care who are subsidised by the Commonwealth, to have regard to the reasonably foreseeable risks of providing labour in that form. Now that leads me to the fourth theme that I'll touch upon. I, in a way, already entered that territory, and that is how best to ensure that the services that are provided will be safe and that they'll be of high quality. I've already touched upon aspects of what might be done in that regard. I don't want to say too much more about it, but in addition to that debate about the model of engagement of the care workforce, it's also necessary to mention the particular regulatory proposals we set out at HC 6, paragraph C through to E. I raised them with Commissioner Anderson this morning, and subject to an important qualification, she had nothing to say against the detail of those proposals. They'd be useful regulatory measures, she said. Her qualification was this: there may need to be a phased implementation of those measures because, in her experience, adjustments to the regulatory regime do have the potential to cause disruption and difficulty.
I won't mention all of the other propositions that were traversed in the evidence in turn. There was, I think it's fair to say, general support for most of them. Something that didn't attract support was the idea of a set percentage of a workforce to be engaged via direct employment. Professor Stewart, for example, was not inclined to adopt that proposal and had his general rule and exception-based approach as an alternative. In respect of the idea of pricing in the need for on-costs relating to training and overheads required for the stability of the workforce, there was a debate between, say, Mr. Corley on the one hand, who regarded it as critical that those matters be priced in, and Mr. Scott on the other, who regarded that as unnecessary, and in his response submission proposed that funding of that kind should be better directed to educational institutions such as TAFEs. That raises an interesting point, which is, what is it exactly in economic terms that an online platform enabling direct engagement of an independent contract labour force is doing? Are we missing out on key activities that might conduce to good quality and safety outcomes in the long run if the regime encourages that form of retention without some safeguards along the lines of those that I've already suggested, such as extension of the general duty and a heavy responsibility on the approved provider to consider whether that form of care management is appropriate. Now, the fifth theme was how best to ensure that all of this is achievable for the long term in a sustainable manner. And in fact, I opened the hearing with the point that in Australia, the allocation of resources is skewed towards the mode of residential aged care rather than home care. This is an important issue. Some aspects of the evidence you've heard over the last 3 days go to the sustainability issue. A particular issue we've raised is the position of informal carers, and the proposition we formulated in addition to the respite services for informal carers is a proposition about buttressing their rights, their labour rights, in the 2 ways propounded in HC 8. And Professor Stewart had some things to say about that. But it's not possible for me to give you a rounded submission on sustainability. That matter should await the next hearing of the Royal Commission, which will commence here in Sydney on the 14th of September, if the Commission is pleased.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Gray. We are indebted to Council and solicitors for their submissions and for their assistance during the last few days. And we'll obviously be looking with keen interest to the submissions that come in, including the issue that you've raised that might be thought to be a little novel, and that is the idea about the extent to which what we might call a platform model might attract specific duties of a kind that may not have been thought about. I hesitate to call it the Mabel model, because in a sense it's just one provider of many, and the model itself could be described in a whole variety of ways, one of which is to see it as essentially a white pages or a telephone book where people can just pick up and engage directly. But it is different to a white pages, because there are some quality assurances by what Mabel or the platform necessarily undertakes, and that step being taken, there are some interesting questions then about the extent to which the law would impose duties of a kind for foreseeable risk for what the platform creates And that then raises the question whether we should be doing something about that. So I must say we'll find those submissions, I think, interesting and informative. So thank you, Mr. Gray, for raising that as a particular issue and for summarising as you have done. Again, thank you to Council, and I know there's a big support team behind you, and some of them I can see here, some of them we can't see because they're doing other things at different places, and they may be unseen and they may even be unheard, but they're not unknown, and we are grateful to them. We're also grateful to the IT staff. It's remarkable how smoothly this session has gone. There have been one or two glitches, but I'm always reminded, as someone who's been involved in litigation and court hearings for many years now, how relatively few glitches there are, considering how many glitches there often are in the old-fashioned days when junior counsel used to tip glasses of water all over the table or forget to bring bits and pieces or arrive late. It's gone remarkably well, and I thank everybody for the very smooth way in which it has gone and gone in so many different places. So those of us here in Sydney, Commissioner Briggs in Canberra, and others at different locations. It's a remarkable and well-coordinated feat, and I won't mention, at least on this occasion, people by name, although there are one or two who are standout contributors to the facilitation. I think the last thing I need to do now is formally adjourn to the 14th of September at 10 a.m.
The Royal Commission is now adjourned until Monday, 14 September at 10 a.m. in Sydney.